You are my heart, at least that's what I thought when we started it. As we fall apart, I see you never wanted any part of it. But you didn't like that joke I made, and I'm feeling like I'm lost in a mental haze. Bittersweet words left an aftertaste. You're my boo thing, I'm afraid.
Sold my soul, traded it in for another man. Never even had a chance, only a passing glance as you grabbed your bag and stare out the window.
I sold my soul for your pretty little eyes and a hand to hold. Lo and behold, last year's version of the man you told that you wanna run away till the moon does set. But when the sun came up, that's when you left. You were in a hurry, so you didn't even worry about the clue you left on my doorstep.
Sold my soul, traded it in for another man. Never even had a chance, only a passing glance as you grabbed your bag and stare out the window. So alone, only remember your silhouette, but you left a piece of what we could be, and my heart I see us together in the end.
Close your eyes and go to sleep. Dream, oh darling, dream. Forget about the part you play to the machine. And when you wake, know your soul is theirs to keep. You've signed the dotted line, now you're in it deep. Well, ain't got nothing new to say, but another price we've got to pay. Who knew it'd be so hard to look the other way? Lord, I pray. Let the night become the day. Let the night become the day. Run, oh baby, run. We've had a blast, but there ain't time for no more fun. Darkness follows quite soon after the sun, and the shadows that follow you won't stop until they won. Well, I ain't got nothing new to say, but another price we've got to pay. Who knew it'd be so hard to look the other way? Lord, I pray. Let the night become the day. Hey!
What's up? What's going on, dude? What's good? D to the G to the E. It's been a long time. Santa's here. It's a bit of a wacky Santa, but I don't know if you want me being your Santa, actually. That's not a good... you don't want me being the judge of whether you're naughty or nice, I think. Most of the time, it'll be naughty. But that's a good thing. So, where does that leave us? What is that? Love that shit. Welcome back to you, DGE. How has your Christmas time been? How have you been doing? Just enjoying these lovely honey Dijon chips. They're so addictive. Oh, good. Really good, dude. I've been doing really good, though. Oh, shit. That's good to hear. I've been doing all right. I've been doing a lot of people seeing. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of family, obviously. I had the Christmas session with one side of my family on the day of Christmas. 17 people, plus me and my girlfriend. Such a big family. The day before, we had my girlfriend's brother over. My brother-in-law, I guess. The day before... Ooh, I forgot to turn this light on, actually. That should look a little better. There we go. A little more life in my face. And yeah, yesterday we went to see... it's like it's been for the past 3 days seeing people. And then last Wednesday we had someone over for dinner. Then last Friday we had someone over for... We had like 3 people over for D&D. It's been a crazy week. So we've been seeing so many people. And that's the way it is. Emitros, hi. How you doing, dude? Thank you for joining the queue. Appreciate that. That's nice to see you. How has your holidays been treating you, Emitros? How have you been doing? Dealing with the holidays, as I say it. D&D is fun, though. D&B is also fun. It's fun. Imagine playing D&D while D&B plays in the background. Playing DBD as always. Oh God, there's another acronym. Where's DBD? All right, D&D. I can abide. I can abide by D&D. Absolutely. Yeah, D&D is awesome. It's unfortunate we have a campaign going where I am the DM. We have this campaign going, and we had 4 players. One of which is my girlfriend. And recently, one of the 2 other players, actually 2 of the other players, so half my campaign, unfortunately left. So now I am 2 players, like, in my campaign right now, and I'm looking for 2 to 3 others. Why is a great question. I'm not sure why. I'm thinking it was just not a long-term fit for them. They didn't feel like I was maybe their long-term DM. They stayed with us for a year, so I got to give them credit for that. They did stick it out for an entire year, which is nice. And they were excellent players. They got great role play, and they were like good, also like combat players for the most part. Some of them too good, even. Some of them like made my life hard. But that's fine. Like, I learned that that's a good thing. But yeah, they just kind of said that's enough for us. We had a fun year. Thanks so much. And yeah, that is long. DGE, it is like on a regular person scale pretty long. But for D&D campaigns, they can go on 3, 5, 10 years. I know someone who has been in a campaign for like 4 or 5 years. And it just keeps going. And they just keep getting more and more epic, crazy characters. So, I gotta say, a year is not even that long on the scale of things. Yeah, dude. So, How do people manage to do that, though? Well, you meet up every week, and you do a thing for 1 hour. For 1 hour. That's fucking crazy. But for like 4 to 6, sometimes 8 hours. Yeah, we're crazy. We do this thing. We do D&D once a week. We meet up on the day. For us, it's Friday. And that's our D&D time. Nothing else works on that day. And obviously we do reschedule and stuff. Like we do sometimes do it on a Saturday instead of a Friday. Some weeks in a row we'll miss if someone's out of town or someone's on vacation or something. Like we don't do it every single week, but we were committed, pretty well committed for the entire year to that campaign on that day. So yeah, we had a lot of fun. And now I'm looking for new players. So I'm looking for some people that are equally as committed, though. That's the thing. That's hard to find. Someone who's like, okay, this week, don't talk to me on Friday because it's D&D day. And that's sort of the idea behind that community. It's a lot, but it's also so much fucking fun that a 4-hour session is, in my opinion, just too short. I think like people actually enjoy themselves when they're doing like 5-6 hour sessions. And yeah, I think for us that was the sweet spot, like 5-6 hours. Really have a lot of fun. But yeah, my classmates always do it on Wednesday on lunch break. That's not a lot of time to get shit done in D&D, man. Usually combat itself takes just like an hour or two. I think you should try playing Baldur's Gate 3 for multiplayer. Oh, trust me, dude. If it was available on any... Like, if it was available on Switch, I would be streaming that, not streaming music feedback. Like, absolutely. Absolutely Baldur's Gate 3. I have Baldur's Gate 2 on Switch, the whole expansion pack thing. But that's second edition. That's some old-ass rules. I didn't really enjoy it as much as I see Baldur's Gate being enjoyable. Number 3. But unfortunately, I don't have a streaming PC. I don't have a gaming PC, rather, I should say. I have a Mac that's barely good enough for streaming and making music. So I have no platform upon which to play Baldur's Gate 3, unfortunately. So that's the thing. But yeah. Hey, guys, why don't we say, let's say we get into this. Let's say we start listening to some of your music. I believe I am correct. DGE Music. It was the first one to submit to join the queue. So, yeah, let's say we get this shit underway. So we get this holiday fucking reviewing. Want to hear a new rhythm tune or the finished melodic halftime thing? I don't remember the finished melodic halftime thing. I don't remember which one that was of yours. But let's let the dice decide it. That's what I do when I can't decide something. So from 1 to 10, we'll listen to the new rhythm thing. On 11 to 20, we'll listen to the finished melodic halftime thing. That's a 4. So we'll listen to the melodic, the rhythm tune, the new rhythm tune. Hit me. DGE, hit me with that music. And I promise I won't make a big deal if your wubs aren't synced up with your drums. I promise. As a holiday present to you, I won't make a big deal of it. Kufttesturm final. Kufttesturm. And you commented on your own song saying sex cockmen. I gotta see this. Alright. Here we have DGE's latest rhythm track. 14-year-old brain going autistic. I feel you, though, because my brain's about 14 years old as well. Even though my body's going to be 32 this February. My brain's like, nah, don't do age, you know? Don't do that thing. Anyways, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's listen to the Kufttesturm final by DGE. Let's go. All right, that was pretty hardcore. That was nice, man. It's nice and juicy. I'm going to go through it again for a couple of parts here. I think I've got a couple of notes either way. Let me just go real quick here. The intro, I don't think I had any problem with it. Let's listen to it again. No, I mean it's a little like repetitive, but it only repeats twice, and then you go right into your rise, so you don't really waste any time. So I don't really have a problem with that. I say that the side chain on this thing, on that the reverb on your like metallic hits, it's a little dramatic. The side chain on that particular reverb is like it's a little bit dramatic. So I might ease off of that a little bit. A little bit. I think it's just very, very dramatic. So. So yeah, I get that you're doing a very long false drop. In my opinion, it might be too long. I noted that down on the paper. Let me hear how it goes again. Yeah, it feels a little too long. Like, it doesn't need... First of all, I find that the delineation between the rise and the false drop, it's not really... There's no real, like, clear line as to, like, when the actual false drop stops and the other part ends. That's not inherently a bad thing. It's just, I don't know, you put a reverse kick on your last kick of the rise. And I don't know if it would have been better to go like and just like a sub impact, and then have your reversed kick for like the bar 1 beat 1 of your false drop. kind of thing, like dun 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 poo, or rather dun 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 poo, and then like you have your false drop. And I don't necessarily know that your false drop needs to be this long, but with the other effects, it might make it a little bit better. So I'd say maybe try that. I think that's it. I think that's it about the false drop. But yeah, it's good, man. Okay, that's another thing I wanted to check is the dynamic difference. Oh, what the fuck? Yes, I would go really hard. I think so. I think it would be hardcore. But yeah. Let's see here. What's the dynamic difference between these two sections? Yeah, I mean, it's loud. Don't get me wrong. You have mastered your track extremely loud, and you might get penalties on platforms. But sounds good to me. All right, let's talk about this offset. No, I'm kidding. The only problem that I have really is the people told me I should make it louder. Yeah, God, Jesus. I don't know, man. I don't know. There's this loudness wars thing that's going on, and at a certain point, when it hits 0 dB, the LUFS between -10 and -5, it seems superfluous, because you get a reasonable loudness as of like -11, -10 LUFS on average through the track. And then everything after that just seems extra. So I don't know louder, man. But yeah, I was just kidding about the offset synth. Except, and this is functional, I promise it's not like a taste or opinion thing, but right here when you have your kick going on the 1, 2, and 3, like, it sort of does this weird thing with the sidechain, and you kind of lose your kick a little bit. So, like, just be aware of that. I don't know how you would go about fixing that without putting it only on the 1, your kick on the 1. But you might have to sidechain differently for that one stupid kick, which is going to be a pain in the ass, I know, but consider it. It kind of does a weird thing where it sidechains and you still hear the whatak. It's like, it's kind of fucked up. So it kind of does this weird decompression thing. Yeah. It's kind of weird. I don't know exactly how to fix that without doing a whole new sidechain preset, like literally taking a new kick channel to trigger that one, or if it happens again in the other track, those oddities, and then like changing putting another compressor on top of your other bus, and like just having it react with that one kick. It's a pain in the ass. I hear it. I hear the problem, but I also hear the solution, and both are so painful. But yeah, I don't know what to do about that particular thing. I did note it though, and I think that needs to be checked. Yeah, I guess you could automate it too. I just don't like tapping into automation because it's like CPU heavy, and it could get messy when you start. But yes, exactly. Very easy to automate one thing, I guess. I'm thinking like a whole complicated festival of CPU saving techniques, because I'm working with this fucking 11-year-old hunk of junk. But yeah. You have an individual. Oh, cool. So you could actually sidechain just that one kick differently. That's cool. That's cool. That is cool. I guess that's FL Studio, right? Because that's the way you can like tap into like individual samples and like affect them differently or the same, and like just patch them differently. That is pretty cool. I like that about FL Studio. It's like you have a lot of versatility that's made for like dynamics and change, and like it's made to make your life easy when doing these kind of changes, which I respect about FL Studio. So a lot of people hate on it. I'm like, bro, there are benefits. You just don't like them. Anyways, let's keep it moving. I think that's all I have to say about this drop either way. There was a note I had in this midsection. Yeah. Okay, yes, I thought so. And it's not a huge detail and it's super easy to fix. But listen, you have this nice little ambient, which is, by the way, B. Yeah! Relative ear for the win. that nice B minor chord, not chord progression, but note progression here. That's nice. I like that. And then it kind of stops because you build that. I hear that like sort of break beaty amen break kind of build kind of going on in the background, but I don't think that you needed to stop the melody. I don't think you needed to like stop playing that melody to build that. What I think you do here, let me just listen to where that piano is in the left and right. So what you could very well do is keeping that melody going so that you actually build the energy. You keep that in the center, and your breakbeat, you actually put it left and right. You actually spread it to like 50%, 75% left, right, like even using just a wider, just like that simple. You don't have anything to do, and you can keep that melody going. So what we feel is not like you're not taking energy away as you're giving more, and so your build is more consistent and more like true to you. And still you're allowing yourself to come in with that crazy drum beat and build that energy, and you're not losing that energy, but you're also not losing the piano or whatever synth that is instilling us like a melodic tension. So I think that could very well build. At the end of the day, it's funny because it like sounds less complex. You're, instead of taking out and like placing something new, you're actually just leaving one thing and adding something on top. But I don't know. I don't know what the effect that the energy would have if I would feel less or more. But I just remember writing that down going like, oh, it feels lesser now. It just feels like less of a build. Even though it comes in pretty quickly. Again, you don't waste time. But, I don't know. I think you could do it. Also, I have an insane ear. I have a relative ear. So I listen to a song and I'll know what key that song is in just factually. And then I'll relate that song that I just heard or the song that I have permanently in my head, which is a song in F sharp. That's the song I wrote. And like it's sort of just I relate everything from that note that I have in my head, whether it's from the latest song I heard or that preset song. So it's like technically it's a good ear, but it's more like just a good memory of key, I guess. Just, I don't know. It comes with years of listening to music, though. So, like, you've got a head up on me on that, honestly. You could very well have a better ear than I do by my age. Hands down. I like that you changed up the second drop, by the way. It's cool. You bring back the concept from your first drop, which is nice. It's a nice little tag. And you know, the only thing that I was missing was a B section to this drop. That's what I wrote down. Second drop, longer / B section. Because it would sound like you would need to introduce now your boom, 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 boom with the beat. You would need to get, they would need to get to know each other. Just for maybe as long as you have for the second drop, or half as long. But you just, I feel like a B section is a nicer outro for this song. Like you have something that boom, 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 and just like introduce the two concepts to each other, and then you just cut away, whoop, a reverse kick, and you just cut away all of the drumming and all of the bass stuff, and you just leave that resonant synth in there just to like as your outro. But your song is 2 minutes and 15 seconds. You could afford 30 more seconds at the most. You could afford that. I think it would even take you like 20 seconds maybe to do that. I wish I could think of these ideas while doing the song. Haha, I haven't had. Oh, it's ad song. My guitar's right here. Nope. Oof, that was a bad last note. I haven't done an ad song for you in a while there, DGE. It's been a while, but yeah, it's cool. I did the same chord progression that you were playing in your notes. Fun. It's fun to do. But yeah, dude. So honestly, there's not really much more that needs to be said about your song in particular. That second section in the second. The second section in the second drop sounds to me like you need a B section in that drop. And it's an easy way to sort of, again, get your synth line, or whatever, to interact a little bit with the other more hardcore synths. It's a little more work, but I think it'll be worth it because, again, your song will have a little more of a cohesive feel, and the outro energy will technically go down because you're doing big drop, then you're doing drop combined with a riff, and then you're doing you're just the riff. But it's weird because it'll have this storyline where you're going from like very musical to very dirty, back to a little bit musical, back to even more dirty, and then dirty and musical. It's sort of like this it's like this shape of a song. It's like a woman with nice curves, you know what I mean? Like it's like you're telling a story with the body of your song. It's like that. Is that possible? I don't know, but that's my thoughts, I think, on your song either way. That's, I think, the only things that I had to say about that, though. I like the riffs, but I really enjoy the drops too. And I gotta say, I did have my issue with the drops not being on the kick, not being synchronized with the drums, but just the way that you arrange these particular wobbles made more sense to me, and also the fact that your kick is always on the 1 and not necessarily deviating from that as much, except for that one that I told you to note. You got to be careful there. But the fact that it's mostly on the 1, the offset wobbles made more sense to me than if it were to be like a beat that like interacts with the 2 or the 3 or the ends a little more, especially the ends. That seems a little bit less odd to me. It seems more like intentional drag. So that's cool. So good job, I guess. I still enjoyed the song, even though that's not my favorite thing. But good job, DGE. Thanks as always for like letting us listen to your song. Thanks as always for allowing us to critique it, give you some feedback on it, and being open to that feedback. I know you certainly are. I've heard your songs improved drastically by just a couple of tweaks, and it's because you have these such good ideas down at first that all that needs to be done is these little things. And that's that. What's up, Josh? I didn't see your name there. What's going on, my dude? Hey, how you doing? Merry Christmas. Merry Chrysler. But yeah, DGE, as always, thank you very much for trusting us with your track. It's always a lot of fun to listen to your music, dude. So always a pleasure. So something funny happened there. Emitros, I don't know if you were around, but we have rules for submission at this point. And the top gifter of the week, which with one gift right now, it is just some skills, gets to skip the line, essentially, as soon as they enter the chat. Once per day, obviously, you still get only one track per day. But as the top gifter of the week, no matter when you come in during the week, you are welcome to skip the line. So, Imitros, I would beg you to stay with us, but I'm just going to assume here, Josh, that you want to skip, because that seems to be the idea here. But let's go here. Mitros, thanks so much, my dude, for your understanding. We're going to move to the next one. DG, thanks again, man. It's always a lot of fun. A song you heard, redid the mix, might want to master/remix it. Curious. Yeah, let's hear it, man. I got the link here. And yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know yet, but we'll listen for sure. Okay. So, just some skills. By the way, I'd like to shout you out right here. Right here. I shout you out right there. You are the channel's #1 gifter, as always. Thank you for supporting the stream as you do. And your consistency is quite heartfelt and appreciated. So thanks for that. It's more than 40 now. Dude, I just saw that it's 44, I think. You've gifted 44 subs in this channel. I don't know why it's not updating here. It seems like it should, actually, eh? I'm gonna get on that. I'm gonna see what's up with that. It seems to have frozen there. I'm gonna fix that. Yeah, no, this should definitely be username, gifts, visible items. Yeah, okay. I don't know why it's not refreshing, but either way, you had 44. We know that for real. But we're gonna fix that either. Either way. What's good? PYT OZ beats. Pydos beats. Pitaws. Okay, so welcome to the queue. Thank you very much for joining. Right now we're going to be doing just the singer's track, just some skills. And then we are going to be getting to Imitros. Then it's your turn, my dude. So here we go, folks. Live right now, we're going to hear the song Heal by Just the Singer, one that we may end up working on together. So we'll see. Let us listen together without further ado.
Silhouettes of faces and empty smiles. The places I wait and just let me down. Spinning around, I'm stuck in a daze. Clarity came when I saw your face. You flipped a light on in me. I believe you're my missing piece. Oh, I was trying hard to find you. Now that you're here, I won't let go. And I stand by you. We're inseparable lovers, and you can't undo the way you healed me. I'm forgetting yesterday. Only listen to your name. I can take you all the way. If that's okay with you, then it's okay with me. I'm not gonna run away. This is my house, I'm here to stay. Trust me, I'm not lying. I'm learning to lose the past. Some might say it happened fast. That just means it's working, baby. I know you feel it too. A loved one in a million, not something to let go. A simple look just tells me all that I need to know. And I stand by you. We're inseparable lovers, and you
Okay. So I have sung the song, heard the song before. I have sung the song. I would never be able to sing this song. That's more your line. That's exactly your line. It's literally you. That's funny that you say that, DGE, that it sounded AI. That's hilarious to me, because the person who sang it is definitely a person. But I get what you're saying in the sense of like the timbre itself is very, very like pleasing to the ear and like neutral. It's not extremely like dialed into a particular, oops, drop that cherry. It's not dialed into a particular like crazy amount of frequency in one frequency spectrum or another, in one frequency pocket or another. Actually, it's sort of very flat across bands, I guess you can say. So that in and of itself, I understand that perspective. But I assure you that the guy that I've dropped, guys, I'm making fire on my desk right now. I assure you that the gentleman who recorded these vocals is with us today. I am Robot. I assure you that the is very human and very, very capable singer, Josh. That said, Josh, I have something to say about a couple of spots of your vocal performances. It's a little shaky. The other thing is that, well, actually, it is the same note. It is about vocal performance, but it sounds like the intensity of your voice in some sections is either held back or not enough in some ways. Like I like to think of the intro section as like more of a sensitive and like raw emotion kind of section, but it should still have some expression. Like, let's listen to these vocals here.
Silhouettes of faces and empty smiles. The places I wait in just let me down.
So it's very cinnamon, it's very just matter of fact singing, this particular section. I'm gonna need more breathy. I'm gonna need more like I'm gonna need like a little bit of a performance that is a little more like borderline sensual. Like it's really the word that I keep coming back to in my head, and I'm hesitant to say it, but like, we're talking about someone who healed me. It's like, it's a very like intense emotional experience. Someone who keeps you healthy, someone who keeps you alive and healthy. You have to really like be vulnerable, is really the word actually that is appropriate for this particular section. Make love to it. Exactly. Yeah. It's got to be a recorded part. You got to record it while making love to it. And yeah, exactly. You have to be vulnerable to the track, essentially. That's the word that I'm going for. Mitros does like your use of the making love to it.
So I was trying hard to find you. Now that you're here, I won't let go.
That was nice. I mean, I like that effect, and it's a nice little pre-chorus into a nice, very easy to listen to 4-chord chorus. It does sound a lot like we've talked about this, especially the B section of your chorus. I remember saying specifically like Paparazzi, Lady Gaga, but that's okay. It's not that exact the same. It is definitely inspired by it, and the beat being a halftime one, it does feel a little bit different. It's just, it doesn't help that Lady Gaga's song is also a 4-chord song, and it doesn't help that it's in the same pitch register in that melody in particular. But let's just listen to it.
We're inseparable lovers, and you can't undo the way you healed me.
Okay, so actually you put odds on your favor that it's not identified right away as the same song, because the first chorus you don't actually sing the B section, which also excellent choice arrangement-wise, giving them just a little bit and not the full dose. Cannot be happier with that. I know I have a note about this transition here. Did I get it? You motherfucker escaped my clutches one more time. Let's go. This guy's going down. This is going to be a Christmas gift to y'all. I'm going to kill as many flies as I can. Someone start a counter. Okay. I'm not a fan of this particular transition. I think I mentioned this already.
I'm forgetting yesterday.
It's a half beat transition. I would have gone just a full beat and be fucking done with it. And I'm not a huge fan of that transition. And I know you bought this track, if I'm not mistaken, last time we talked about it. I believe you bought this track. A song you've heard redid the mix. We might want you to master remix it. Okay. So it's not really, it would be difficult to rearrange this transition. But yeah, it's just weird the way that the vocals come in as well, timing wise. And I'm not sure if that's a re-record issue or if it's just an arrangement issue. The mix in and of itself, I think, is a little more vocal heavy, if I'm not mistaken. And I think it's a good thing.
Hey, only listen to your name. I can take you all the way. If that's okay with you, then it's okay with me. I'm not gonna run away. This is my house, I'm here to stay. Trust me, I'm not lying. I'm learning to lose the past. Some might say it happened fast. That just means it's working, baby. I know you feel it too. A loved one in a million, not something to let go.
Okay, I do. Okay. It's a longer pre-chorus in the second half. That does, I've done that in music myself. The first pre-chorus is shorter and the first pre-chorus and chorus are both shorter than the second pre-chorus and the second chorus. So that's a power move because essentially you have to make sure that your pre-chorus and chorus are really, really good. And it has that much impact because the song exponentially grows more interesting. The trick here is that your vocal melodies in the verse, and I don't know why I didn't notice this the first time, but the vocal melodies in the verse and the pre-chorus, timing-wise, beat-wise, and somewhat melody-wise, are similar. So they don't stand out from each other as much, and so it just feels more of the same with just more intensity. And the more intensity is added appropriately, so you've gauged things correctly, but those two sections don't stand out so dramatically from one another, so it just feels like a little more draggy than intensity building. That's just the way that I'm seeing from like this perspective now.
I'm gonna run away and to lose the past. Some might say it happened fast. That just means it's working, baby. I know you feel it.
Because I was expecting it to explode right there, honestly. So that's why I was like, okay, let's go, and then it didn't, and I was like, okay.
A loved one in a million, not something to let go. A simple look just tells me all that I need to know.
Okay. All that I need to know. That's that high harmony that I'm hearing, and that it continues in, it carries over through the chorus. That's good. But the melody coming down, I'm not a fan of right before the chorus because, again, it loses a little bit of steam, and then the chorus kicks, and it's like, it's very... it's very like dead fish floppy. But it's not dead. It's not like a dead fish. It's just very floppy. It's floopy. It's a little floopy. That's a word that I'm going to use to describe that feeling now. That is a little floopy.
All that I need to know, and I stand.
All that I need to know. Oh, you're pinning yourself into a corner. Either you go up and you sing the same note of the chorus, which is going to remove impact, or you go down and you lose the energy before the chorus. So it's kind of a tough melody choice there, but I get why you did it. I don't know exactly what I could do. I kind of see it as a contrast. Yeah, I see that. I definitely see that. It makes a total sense when I'm looking at it from a foot back here. But yeah, it's just weird the loss of energy and then the application of energy. And the thing about it is that your vocals don't come in right away. You just have that high note that resonates. So it's like, all that I need to know. Or rather, All that I need to know. No, the note is the third. All that I need to know. That's basically what your main melody, you know, that weird equal sign main melody is doing. It's basically going down high and then back down a little bit. So it's very woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. But I get it. It is contrasty. That is for sure contrasty.
Stand by you. We're inseparable lovers. You can't undo.
I think we need harmonies in this particular chorus. Not just an octave, but a harmony. Just something more than the first chorus, I'm thinking. Something, a lower harmony, maybe? Let me hear... I have a thing now. I have a preset in my Logic file. I'll just do the chorus one. 1, 2. Is it proper? Oh, no, it's on input 3. Stupid. 1, 2, 1, 2. That'll work. All right, let's hear how this sounds with a harmony.
Inseparable. Let go. A simple look just tells me all that I need to know. And I stand by you.
Damn it, I'm singing the same note. That shouldn't be happening. I'll stand by you. I'll stand by you. Got it.
I stand by you. We're inseparable lovers. You can't undo the way you healed me. I'm not going
There, I think you have actually a harmony, unless I'm mistaken.
to do the way you healed me. I'm not going back
You don't.
to the way it was before.
You have another line going on in the background that's very, very weird and compressed and mixed in the background. I don't really hear it, but I hear what you're doing there. I think we do need a harmony on that first section, though.
A simple look just tells me all that I need to know. And I stand by you. We're inseparable lovers.
Maybe just on there, we're inseparable of it. Maybe just for that part, you might need it. But maybe you can get away without doing it.
You can't undo the way you healed me.
Yeah, there may be a higher melody, so you build up to your highest note. That might be a good idea. Oops, not iTunes. What the fuck? Hey, go away. That might be a good idea. But maybe just on those accents, harmonies, just to like bring up that energy a little bit in the second chorus. Because then you come in with that second section, and that is like begging for harmonies, but you're not giving them. You're singing these really high notes, which is fine. That fills that fills the juicy ears just enough. Like, you know what I mean? It's juicy enough, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I said that poorly.
I'm not going back to the way it was before.
Respect for you throwing your voice the way you do there. It definitely needs that added energy for sure. So that's good.
'Cause I
And I hear that melody in the background in that like in between section. That's nice. I don't know if I want that louder or not.
stand
Nah. It's a personal choice, I think.
by you, 'cause you healed me.
Yeah, I get it. I would put it farther back in the mix and even more ambient in particular in this particular section, just to give a real ear break from vocals, make it more textural rather than like we can tell right away that it's vocals. It takes some concentrating to do. That's my own personal opinion. By the time we get to that part, I think it should be louder though. Yeah, you got to be careful with those performances, though. Again, I know I've said it, but yeah, it's got to be. We got to watch those performances. So now at this point, again, the harmonies added on at this point with the added melody. I didn't want it too loud. I get it. I get that. I see what you're saying. That one particular melody, but it's got to build. I think it's got to build in loudness either way. So yeah, at this particular point, the chorus itself is like we would need more than just an added melody at this point. So like that combined with the harmonies that you may have put in the second chorus might be like enough to like really build that track to its epic proportionitude. But I think that's the only thing that's missing at this point. The mix itself, it sounds better. It sounds cleaner. Things sound like more in their place. So I think you've done a cleaner mix here. But I hear some like just I hear some choices that like need to be made that haven't been made yet, kind of thing. And I'm just curious to hear what it would sound like with those choices made. I think let's just play this out here. Your melody. So I hear you going on the scale of what note is it? Hold on, let me try something. It's going to be a G major. Oh, on a roll today. G major. So yeah, I hear you sticking mostly to the G major scale on your improvs, on your vocal improvs. I would be a little more daring than that personally on those vocal improvs. So when you're going... Oops. Those notes, the very like pentatonic style slash relative major pentatonic scale, I should say. That scale is easy, and it's easy on the ears. But I would going a little more bluesy and a little bit even jazzy on those things, because you're going as high as that high B. That's a tough note to hit. The high B, Jesus. So I would feel like something a little more challenging than just one note after the other, and something a little more melodic kind of thing. That would be my personal recommendation for like a melody of that epicness and proportion of like what this song has become from start to finish. That like I'm looking for a more elaborate melody, I suppose. And even what I just played was, I don't even know what the fuck I just played. Let's see what the keys. Whoops. Well, it doesn't matter either way, but no. Something like that. It's dancing. It's harder on the voice. It's harder to do vocally, but it's something that is a little bit more epic sounding than what are we hearing here? Yeah. I can't even do that note. So, yeah. It's a little meh. I tried. Yeah. Nope, that's the highest I go. It's the high E is the highest I've ever gone, even on... No, that's not true. But I can't go much higher than that right now. Either way, I think personally we're gonna be needing something a little bit more challenging, like a little bit more reflective of what your skill level of a singer is at this point. So yeah, to answer your question, Josh, I think if I'm open to master or remix it, I mean, I absolutely could. Would you meet me halfway and throw me some like harmony tracks and some stuff like that so that we could like really fill in this track nice and good? And also, would you want that like that weird arrangement section, that one beat? If we were to be able to fix that, would that be something you would be open to? If possible, of course. I think it would be possible personally, but if you were willing to work with me on the notes that I'm giving here, I'd be down to work with you on this song, man. Absolutely. And we could talk off stream for more details, but it's a good track. It's a great track, and it deserves some good work done to it. But yeah, I think that there are some performances that I would like you to re-record. I kind of like the second verse transition in my opinion, but the other stuff I can definitely fix. Okay, well, if you like it, man, then that's cool. But like, yeah, it's essentially like if I don't have to do vocal tuning to make your voice sound on pitch, and you could get that in the performance, then I think we could have a really great time, dude. Because then, if you even wanted to brush it up with your own pitch tuning and your own, that's your own like your own work. You want to like just brush over it. And just fix a couple of things. That's totally cool. But if you send me those tracks, we'll have something done nice and quick and something that's going to sound pretty tasty. So I'm looking forward to that either way. But yeah, absolutely, dude. I'm definitely down to talk about that off stream. And thanks as always, man, for letting us listen to your music, allowing us to provide feedback on it, being open to the feedback, being open to working with us off stream. What? Ladies and gentlemen, absolutely. As always, we do have a track that we have just mixed on stream and mastered on stream as well. And Josh is the singer on that particular track. And it was a fun time working with him. So I'm looking forward to working with you again, my dude. I gotta go. Your boy has a date. Oh shit. Well, fucking have a great date, my dude. Take one home. Take a W home, my friend. And have a great day. And yeah, dude, thanks as always for trusting us with your track, man. We're going to move on down the line. Emitros, are you still with us, my dude? Was that something that was that a deal breaker for my man Emitros? I'm not so sure. No, it seems like you're with us in the chat, so. Yeah, lol. Okay, well, I have two completely different pieces, but both of them are of a medieval genre. Which one do I put? 1 or 2? 1 to 10, we're going to go with 1. 11 to 20, we're going to go with 2. Sound good? I mean, that's, for me, the easiest way to decide these things, because I'm not going to, like, put my personal bias into these kind of decisions. Whoops, I didn't roll. That's not a roll. I didn't intend to roll, so therefore it doesn't count. Let's do it. Here we go. We got a 7. We're rolling below 10 today. So it's so that'll be track 1. The selection number 1. My boy Josh has got a date though. God damn. Happy for that. Look at this motherfucker going out with some peoples, having good times. He was even streaming earlier. Productive ass motherfucker. All right. So let's open up this track. Okay. We loaded it up. Oh, also I'd like to say hello to It's Red Fox as well. For being in our stream and joining our queue. Thanks so much for that, dude. Appreciate you. We also have got Dom Siaga, who's tuning in for the first time and who joined the queue as well. Thank you very much. Dom Siaga, hold your link until it's your turn in line, though. We got a line here, and let me show the queue right now. And whenever it's your turn, that's when you can post your link, because we lose it in the chat anyways. I don't see the link anymore, so I can't open it up from my computer. So just wait until it's your turn to submit that link. Okay, folks, we're going to move it on. Whoops. I don't know what I just did, but I changed something. That's cool. Yeah, that's a little confusing, sure. I didn't know it was so confusing to wait. But okay. Let's do Emitros' track, The Magic Land. An orchestral piece that feels magical. This track is almost completely recorded live with my precious violin, cello, my voice, my flute, and my clarinet. The other instruments are a VST. Damn. That's skill, dude. All right. Without further ado, The Magic Land by Emitros. Oh man, that last riff thought it made me think there was like another movement that was coming, like another track, like another section. That was really cool, man. That was really cool. It's Red Fox. Why don't you hold your track until the time where your name is called, which will be in 2 names only. So hopefully very soon. Yeah, please hold your links until that time. That was an adventure. I gotta say, dude, it was like a lot of fun to like be taken through. Easy to digest, also in some 4/4 time that was relatively very simple, melodically, beat structure wise, section wise. It was easy to digest overall, and that's good. It's very suitable for background. The composition of it was good. I'll say that there are some elements that sort of compositionally step on one another in sort of like a pitch sense. Like specifically, I'm thinking near the end, you have your violin melody and your, I believe it's your clarinet, harpsichord that are playing similar notes. And though you did spread one to the left and right and one to the center, that helps, but it doesn't necessarily compensate. It's sort of like, they're kind of taking each other's vibe. They're not trading as much as they are sort of doing their own thing one on top of the other. And I think they might be able to trade a little better. The other thing I noticed throughout this track, and I'm going to come back to the beginning here. Beautiful beginning, by the way. I have nothing to say about the beginning. Beginning is lovely. Okay, so as of your lead violin coming in, it's a really nice melody, but I gotta tell you, the recording of that combined with your other... here's a question for you, actually. Harsh Noises, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that very much. For all of y'all who aren't followed already, be sure to hit the follow button because we're trying to get to 350. We just hit 333, actually, which is pretty cool. And that's pretty nice. Did I get it? Nope. Nope. Oh, it was sitting on my fingertip, the fucker. It sat on my fingertip, this fly. This one's annoying. This one's annoying. Okay, an ad popped up for Emitros. So for those who are with us still and not experiencing the ad, we're going to play an ad song for Emitros. Okay, so I think that there should be no more ad at this point. I believe, Emitros, the ad is done for you. Harsh Noises, thank you very much. Thank you for the clap. Appreciate that. Very nice of you to join us. Thanks for the follow and the kind words. Happy belated Merry Christmas. Hope Santa treated you well this year. Santa did got me a nice little hoodie. My girlfriend was very kind and offered me a nice little hoodie. And family was also very kind as always. But hope the same for you, my dude. Okay, Emitros, I believe that. Are you back? Okay, no ads, no. Okay, I'm glad, man. I'm glad we did a little ad song and then I thought we were done, but all right. Here we go. So, as soon as your lead violin comes in here, I hear a frequency that I shouldn't be hearing in my ears for like a lead violin. So, I think it's going to be notching out around the 800 range, but I could be very wrong. So yeah, that is something that is gonna need to be fixed because that lead violin does have this resonant frequency that is nasally and not very super duper, which is not conducive to like the elegance of the track. The other thing that I will say is about halfway through this particular solo, we might want to start hearing a little bit more low frequencies building in. Not a lot, but like you said, you had a cello in this particular song that you recorded. If you would use that cello and just like get some lower notes going so that we could like hear the resonance begin to form before the beat comes in. Harsh Noises, you absolutely can. What I'd like you to do is do command join in the chat. That will allow you to be part of the queue. And then when it's your turn, that's when you can submit your SoundCloud link right here in this chat. But hold the links, as I've said a couple times for the other guys, because that is it's gonna get lost in the chat anyways. I'm gonna like it's gonna scroll past a certain threshold in my program here. So yeah, just wait until your turn is up. But yes, Harsh Noise is looking forward to hearing it. So yeah, I'm thinking there could be some like lower cello melodies playing here. Let's see if I could pull something up that could maybe do it. I'm gonna just put it in my keys bus, just because it doesn't really matter. It's just a very neutral bus. Hello? Are you kidding me? Okay. Let's get studio strings. Section instruments. No, I don't want section instruments. I fucked that up. Bring me back. Studio strings. Studio cellos. Just do this. Ah! Stop it. There. Velocity all the way up. Back to our small view. Let's play this track. Yeah, a little bit. And it's a little too loud, this particular volume, but that's exactly what I think it needs. Yeah, I'm gonna like listen back again and try it again with a softer volume, but I believe we need that. Thank you very much. It's Trey Flip. I appreciate Do a Flip. I appreciate your follow. How do we send music? I would like a review. The fact that you go in depth is sick. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So what you could do is command join and join the queue. And that will allow us to have you in line. When it's your turn, you're going to see your name pop up in red as when you tag someone, and and that's when you are allowed to submit your link in the chat directly here, a SoundCloud link, please. So let's try this one again. Something like that, dude. I don't know if it makes sense with you, Amitros. It's like that kind of feel that I'm basically going for is like a little more low energy just before all the low end energy comes in. We want a nice little swelling, I guess is the word that I'm looking for. We've been doing something that we've been sort of abiding by that swelling pattern this entire time. And I like that. I actually really enjoy that. So I want it to continue and I want that energy to... But anyways, I understand. Cool. You understand. Let's move on. Here, that violin frequency that was a little nasally from before doesn't bother me as much. As a matter of fact, it might be one of the defining factors that makes it stand out of the mix a little bit. But be careful because it might cloud up elements such as the harpsichord. So that's why I'm like, you might want to EQ it out anyways, just so that it makes a little more room in your mix. So far, so good, by the way. I love everything that this is right now. Those droning vocals in the background, though, that too with a frequency, there's a high mid frequency, about 4K. I think that might be a little aggressive. Actually, try around 3K and sweep your way upwards. But like, there's a frequency you might want to bell out a little bit because there is this like sort of high resonance that I'm not a huge fan of. So you see how your violin and your harpsichord are playing on the same key? They're doing the... Actually, I think I have a harpsichord. Yeah, cool. That's awesome. So you see how... And then your violin is playing notes that are in the same range. So it's all in the same sort of range of notes. And so that's why it's not so much that they're exchanging riffs, but they actually are sort of stepping on one another a little bit. And that can be used as a tool. That can be used as the tension. Oh my God, this hat is falling off. That can be used as the tension in your song. That's good. You could set that up. But then when you come out of that, we want the release. So naturally, I think we want it to sort of either trade or what would be best. What would be best, Dimitros, is that they harmonize. If they started doing like, what's it called? Counterpoint, like where they're doing melodies that sort of harmonize with each other and cross very Bach style major melodies, that would accomplish the goal that you're going for, but so much more, where you're like basically exchanging melodies almost. I think that's what you want to look for. But yeah. Let's see what you guys say. Very nice cover art on this. Pretty original, I think. Reminds me of something Elder Scrolls scores. Absolutely. This sort of texture. This texture belongs in any video game that deals with fantasy genres. There's no doubt in my mind that could very well make it into these sort of weird musics. Weird sort of fantasy musical scoring. Not competitions, but like projects for video games, for movies as well. Like this belongs in a medieval fantasy genre something, for sure. Now we just want to make sure that the music itself isn't distracting, because it is certainly, the elements are all very well tuned. They just need to be sort of like tuned together to one another so that it's harmonic as well as dissonant. It's because we're using a little bit of dissonance here, and then we want it to become harmonic so that it explodes. So that's my thought on that. Based on the Elder Scrolls and Baldur's Gate, goddamn, well done. You targeted your sound, your timbre. The timbre of your song is right on. But yeah, just a couple of thoughts on the actual arrangement of it. Here it's better. So okay, this violin sounds recorded. Sounds actually recorded. you're going to want to probably work on the velocity a little bit because it sounds very like the attack of your violin is not very evident at this particular section, and it's kind of very wishy-washy feeling. So you might want to just compress your violin more in this section. That might be a very easy way to go about doing it. It might just allow for that breath to maintain rather than fading back and forth into the woodwork. It's kind of my, I think, suggestion for you in that particular section. But yeah. It's tray flip. I'm confused on the join button. And then you get it. Okay, cool, dude. I'm glad. You figured it out. Thank you very much. So that's awesome. Never mind. There you go. Yeah, sorry for that. I'm still working on my violin abilities. No, but like honestly, impressive that you're able to play in this particular fashion that actually suits the genre of music. Because violin is an extremely hard instrument to make it sound good. The resonant points, are so difficult to accomplish. So kudos to you for that. But you could compensate with a little bit of mixing. So yeah, it was like not the case. What's up, Davey D official? There we go. I was struggling how to pronounce your name. What's going on, man? Thanks for joining us. Hey, hello. Sorry for bothering you. I want to offer promotion. No, thank you. Sorry, dude. No. That's a no for me. And no more solicitation, please, or just a ban. I'm just going to say, nope, thanks, goodbye, and never see you again. So thanks for that. So yeah, dude, honestly, you have nothing to apologize for, Emitros. Your violin performance is actually pretty good and on tune, which is hard enough to do. But like you've established the aesthetic. I just find that the actual, dynamics are a little bit wishy-washy. That's personally how I feel. And I would also bring it back in the mix a little bit. So compressed and lowered in volume, just so that we hear a little bit more consistent notes, like sort of squashed a little bit more, and also more background, because we don't need it to be that loud. We hear it very clearly. It's got a lot of personality, this violin. So yeah, you don't need to bring it that high in the mix. You can bring that down. I said it before, this makes me want to hear part 2 of this song. So this is a wonderful outro if you're going to be following it up with something that is like sort of remotely in the same universe, in another movement, as it's called. If you're going to do that, this is brilliantly done, truly. Hi, Twitchy, what's going on? I'm happy to see you. I'm happy that you're back with us. Do you review rap? I do, Tray Flip. I absolutely do. It's not necessarily my specialty, but music is music for me, and if it's good, it's good. So, and I love rap as a genre. I just don't make it as a genre. Say hi to my mom. I'm watching you through the TV. Hi, Twitchy's mom. How you doing? Hope you're well, and happy holidays to you. Davey D, thank you very much for joining the queue. Appreciate that. I actually have the part 2 as well. Perfect. That's a good thing. But yeah, that's super duper work on this one, dude. And I'm really happy that you have arranged such a great piece of music. And I'm looking forward to hearing like the whole thing. But do me a favor, Emitros, hit me up with these links, because I might play this shit in my one-shots, in my D&D one-shots. Like, no joke, this is good for one-shots. This is good for mood. I might start a playlist with like some of your music, and I play it on my one-shots as well. So let me know, and put it in the self-promo in my Discord server. Throw me a couple of these different songs, and I'll actually start myself like a SoundCloud playlist, so I could... Davey D official subscription. Thank you so much, my dude. Appreciate that. That's always very, very kind of you. But yeah, dude, Emitros, thank you for allowing us to listen to your song, for harsh noises with the clap. Thank you for allowing us to listen to your song, for allowing us to give feedback on it, for being open to that feedback. I know you're a pretty open guy, right? You're gonna do some openness work on yourself. But no, seriously, thank you for trusting us with your track, as always, my dude. We are moving on, guys. For those who have participated in this stream and have submitted reviews or songs for review, be sure to clip your favorite part of your review, because if you do, you're entered automatically in this little thing here. You're entered automatically in the raffle to win your whole track review featured across platforms. So basically, your entire review and your song included, listened to on multiple platforms: YouTube, Twitch, the works. Even my social medias, I'll do it. So please, by all means, clip your stuff, and you will be entered in the chance to win this raffle. We are moving on to the next one, which is Pytaz Beats. Also, once again, Davey D Official, my newest subscriber. Thank you very much. Really want to buy a skip. Whereabouts do I send the track? So this track link can be sent right here in the chat, but only when it's your turn. Now we're gonna start either way by doing Pytaz Beats. Because he was next in the lineup, and we were finishing the review anyways. Thank you. On cue, Pytaz Beats with the link. But if you wish to skip, you absolutely can. There is a skip button in the Sound Alerts app in the About section, and you can absolutely do so. That will bring you at the front of the line, in front of everybody else, including followers who have already paid for skips because you're a tier 1 subscriber. So you get that little notch ahead. So please, by all means, skip the line. And we will do you right after we do Pytaz Beats. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Pytaz. I don't know. Whatever it may be. We got Amitros throwing tracks in the Discord, folks. If you guys aren't part of it already, please join that Discord. Feedback for my mix. We're cool. So let's fucking do it. Let's listen to the track. Well, 2 minutes of it at least. Let us hear what we have by Pytaz Beats. I'm gonna try. We'll figure it out at some point. And I don't know what all of these things are. Sido, Ashe, Samra, Lichter, 95 BPM, 83 hours. I don't know. Well, how about we just listen to it and see what the fuck is going on? Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Pytaz Beats. That's 2 minutes, folks. Little over, actually, but it's Christmas. Or it was. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Okay, cool. Cool textures, man. I like your mix. I'll say that the mix itself is balanced. Nothing was particularly offensive in the way that things were standing out or not. It sounds like you have a lot of textures that are going to suit vocals, so you've mixed it properly in that like your pianos are a little subdued but also still audible. I hear rap on this. I hear French rap on this, believe it or not. I don't know. I don't listen to German rap, unfortunately, Paitos, so I don't know exactly how that would sound. Although I've heard German rap before, I don't listen to it in particular. Okay, so couple of things here. Let's go back to the intro. I don't really have a big problem with it necessarily. Okay, so here's the thing. It's not... How do I put this? It's not particularly bad to have something that only happens, an element of interest that happens in 10 seconds. But you have to give yourself the impression that in 5 seconds, most people that are listening to this song are going to probably turn away from it if they're not stimulated by it. So if you're gonna have vocals in this intro, if you're gonna have people like actually starting to rap or starting to sing in this intro, then good. Then don't change anything about it. I think that that's a good idea to keep it bare and to have like super open raps or like maybe like a tagline or something like that. Something like that. Very go-go type vocals kind of thing. If you're going to have something like that in the intro, then this is fine. If not, instrumentally speaking, you might have to have some sort of like melodic stinger. And I'm not saying put in your pianos yet, because the pianos, the way they come in is really nice. But we might need something. We might need something. Just keep it in mind. Also, producer tags, guys, and this is not just for you, Paitos. This is for everyone. Producer tags. We're done with that now. I know this is a copyright thing too and stuff like that. Don't get me wrong. I understand the protection of your beats until they're properly purchased and sold and that kind of stuff. So it's understandable. But a producer tag is, let your production be your producer tag. Like, let that happen. Like, allow people to go like, this is definitely a Paitos beat. For sure. I hear the textures. I hear the way that it's mixed. I hear the way that it's arranged. Be the next Dr. Dre. You don't hear no Dr. Dre producer tags. You know what I mean? You hear the rappers shouting him out and stuff. Sure. They work that into their verses because they respect each other and whatnot. Fine. But ain't no Dr. Dre producer tag in this bitch. What are we doing, you know? So that's my first thought, I guess, or second thought, I guess. Very pocket type beat. I like that very much. So the beat itself is not too dense and too crazy up front. And the 808s, or rather your subs, I guess, not necessarily 808s, although they sound like 808s. I think they're 808s, but those basses definitely come in at good moments where it's like you're not expecting them to right away, or rather you expected them to come in and then they come in a little bit later, like they're a little bit deceptive, and I like the way that they're deceptive. They're like leaving a lot of open space. Vocally, that's good. That's good. So let's keep going. Do we have those shakers before too? We only had the hi-hat. That's a good way of building it, dude. I like that a lot. Now you come back in with a little bit of a takeaway of energy, and then you give it back with more. Subtle, but it's more. In theory, you should come back down at this point. Okay, So now I'm going to tell you that the piano might need a break. We might need a break from the piano specifically. We might need something that's a little bit less melodic at this point and much more rhythmic. That's not to say you take away your basses. As a matter of fact, I need you to maintain that chord progression, but just a little bit less piano and lead elements and a little bit more nothingness. You could bring that piano back, for sure. You're going to need to, absolutely. But I think it's time to take it out so that the vocals really have room to breathe when they come in. But that might be dependent on what they do with their vocals. So you're going to have to feel that out when the vocals sit on top in the mix, but you might consider taking that piano away and just letting that vocal just slap in. I love when rappers do that when their producers listen to the vocals and go like, okay, no, this section needs to be a little more dead. So definitely good. You might even consider taking out the snare as well for that first few beats. You leave that last, what is it? Hold on, let's try and guess it. I think it's B as well. Oh, I'm on fire today. I just keep guessing that right key. When you get the B note that comes in on the 1, you keep that 1, and then you take the piano away, and you take the snare away at that point. So it's just ba, ka, ka, and then you bring it back in after like 1 or 2 measures max. But like you really take the energy all the way away, and then you just start giving it back 1 layer at a time. I think that will allow your track to go a lot more, more breath, literally. Start the snare like there. Cat, stu. Piano back right here. Cool. A nice deep dark piano note there. So it's got to get really like sort of almost ambient and spacey, but also dark and moody kind of thing, which we'll hear in a second. Krayos, what's up, my dude? What's up, my dude? How can you be so good at that, Twitchy? Get it. Good one. Good one. Good one. Okay, so let's keep it moving. How are we doing, Krayos? What is up? How is life in fucking LA, my dude? So we got dark and moody and mysterious and ominous. That's good. That's good. And then we opened it back up. So again, this section, like this, it's not so much feedback as it is stuff that you probably already know. You might need to extend the dark and moody section depending on how long your vocals last, like if they have more to give in that particularly like darkened down stripped version. And because you have such a low section here, this section before it, it might need to be a little bit longer, but I could be very, very dead wrong about that. Either way, we might need to have this section to be a little bit longer, depending, again, on your vocalists. Then your last chorus. Yeah, hook, sorry. I said chorus, but that's definitely the hook, for sure, for sure. And so now we're coming to the like sort of epic conclusion, and I like that you stripped away the drums and the bass for the first, like not the first time, but for the like last time, I guess. That tambourine, I would put it on friends don't let other friends clap on 1 and 3. I'm not going to let you clap on 1 and 3, my dude. Clap on 2 and 4. So yeah, we need that tambourine. As a matter of fact, what I would say is to keeping that tambourine. Hold up. I think I have a preset for this too. Just a tambourine sound. Just on my drums, I think. Overhead, overhead, overhead. That's the triggers. Where's my overheads? There they are. No, I don't want to record anything. There it is. So I'm going to play a tambourine wherever I think there actually should be a tambourine, personally. Maybe on that last one as well, but like if I give you the idea that the tambourine, let's say I just saturate it in fucking reverb just for now, just so that it matches the aesthetic. Yeah, Acon digital reverb for sure. I love this one. Hey, where are you going? Acon convict music. And you already know. Where's the fucking, it's not working. All right, well, you get it. I showed you where I wanted that reverb, where those tambourines to go, because we don't need them on the 1 and the 3 of every beat. We certainly need them on the 2 and the 4 if you're going to put them anywhere. But I think personally, you could just put 2 and be good for the track. Literally at those every second bar, on the 2 of every second bar. That's all you need. And then the rest of this outro. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that. Overall, good shit. Wenches are abundant, and as are the wubs. Harvest will plentiful. I love you, dude. Thanks for swinging by. If you want to join the queue, as always, you're more than welcome. I'd love to have you. But yeah. I see you winding and grinding. That's crazy, man. Excellent feedback. You will have problems maintaining this level with so many people. Thanks for the listen. Yeah, well, I mean, I figure if people want to wait, they want to wait. If not, they don't have to. And they could leave place for other people, which is what they often do. They just take off and we get to another person faster. Kind of works out. But thank you very much, Paitos. I appreciate you sharing your track with us, allowing us to listen to it online, providing us providing you a little bit of feedback, and you being open to that feedback, I hope. Yeah, thank you for being our first time and being here for the first time and trusting us with your track. Thanks so much, my dude. Paitos, as with everyone else, you can clip the favorite part of your review and enter for a chance to win your track featured across platforms, as well as the track review itself featured across platforms. So all you got to do is clip to enter the contest. It's only a week left. Guys, only a week left on that contest. And in the new year, we will be picking the winner on the first stream of January, I believe. We'll be picking the winner for the December raffle. So yeah, dog. Thank you once again. And man, if you haven't already, hit the follow button. Because we almost close to 350. We had 334. So yeah, dude. It's Reddit Fox. I love Reddit. Oh, it's Red Fox. Sorry, I just saw Red Fox, not Reddit. The 2 D's threw me off there. Thank you very much, Paitos. I appreciate that so much. And all right, 335. We getting there, folks. We getting there. Is Red Fox with us? Nope. And this is exactly what I mean. Is that there's... Oh, no, yes, you are, actually. I see you're in the chat. Hey, what's up? Cool. I'm happy not to skip you. So here we go. Red Fox, let us hear your track. Let us get it in the link in the chat, please. All right. I know it's backwards, but all right. Okay, that's more comfortable. It was getting warm in here, but then again, it's Christmas. It's supposed to be, supposed to be warm and toasty. But yeah. And you have some fire sick hairs. Thank you very much, Paitos. Appreciate that. I've had them for several years now, and I just trim them very, very rarely. And I've actually washed them very rarely as well. They kind of just do their thing, kind of regulate themselves. But they're due for a washing. I think my monthly wash is due. Funny I say monthly, but it could have been longer. Christmas apparel. Goddamn right, dude. You goddamn right. We're celebrating. We got the green and red lights. I got them up in the studio as well. We're gonna have some Christmas fun. We got the you know? All right. We got Red Fox here. We got Red Fox in this bitch, and we are going to review their track. We're going to listen to it first. We're going to listen to 2 minutes of this song, and we are going to write down what we think. So here we go. Without further ado, Red Fox's track, The Progressive House ID, a dance and EDM feature. Let's listen. Oh shit, sorry, I lost track. I should have stopped it right before that, right after that last drop. We are at 2 minutes and 28 seconds. Well, it's Christmas, so Merry Christmas. You get a little more time on your track. If I lose track, then we're just gonna blame it on Christmas. Okay, y'all are fire. Y'all are afire with the comments. We will go through yours first, and then we are going to look at a couple of mine. I do not have many, so it seems like yours and mine seem to align as well. So that's one thing. Let's see here. Let's start. Missing some low mids and bass. I feel the low end is flat. So all of those comments by Davey D official and Harsh Noises, I can absolutely concur. It feels, as a matter of fact, as if the whole track is a little bit squashed, and I think that the bass is no exception there. So I don't know if you're using a multi-band compressor, Red Fox, in your master. It sounds like you are, but it sounds like it might need a little bit more, a little bit less control. Yes, first one, mark it down. We got one casualty. It sounds like you might need a little more headroom in your bass frequencies overall, and you might need to like give it a little bit more energy on that sense, because yeah, it is falling a little bit flat, and I think that it speaks to also your master in general, because your master in general is very squashed. There's two things about your master. First of all, everything is really coming in aggressively, or it's nothing at all. So it's very on-off, very binary. Mastering wise, everything is either very loud or very quiet. And I think we should have a little nice in between at some point dynamically. So try mixing a little bit more dynamically as well to give us a little more, a few more curves, I suppose. And even if it's big room, you know, like we can have things like things don't have to be just all square all the time. There could be still nice peaks. The other thing about your master that I noticed, it was still pretty loud, but it didn't exceed minus 5 dB. So this might be what's actually causing your song to have a lot more difficulty breathing. You might have your master compressor's threshold set to minus 5. And that might be why everything is slamming in and not really breathing. And the low end, it might be feeling squashed. You might need to just let your master limiter breathe a little bit more. Like I think you're not hitting 0 dB because of that. And that might also be causing all of the other problems that we've said so far. So yeah, that's so far what it is. And that actually links to my my other notes here is that in your drop, you have... This is an arrangement thing, but I didn't listen further, so I can't be sure. But you have a whole lot of build for not a lot of drop here. So the drop hits at 130, okay? And your intro is very active and very dynamic, so it's kind of a mini drop in and of itself. So we don't count it. So like really from the first build, it actually starts at what, 45? Yeah, 45. So it's a 45. That's fine. Never mind. Forget I said anything about that. But the claps in your drop. Where'd they go? I couldn't hear them in the first place, so we could turn those up. First of all, we definitely need to turn those up at least a little bit because they're adding so much dynamic change. The rest is also so on the grid that these are the only elements of rhythmic change and they need to be enhanced a little bit. Then they go away and it's like, oh, well, then we have nothing changing up the rhythm. So it's just 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and just eighth notes in your face all the time. No breaks. It's a lot. So we need some more rhythmic variance for that. What are you guys saying about limiters? Don't use limiters. I stopped my addiction. What do you mean? Oh, Clip Gang. Okay, well, it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing, but it achieves the same goal, which is that your volume does not exceed that much. But I will look into clipping. I will look into it for some masters. Clipping will always yield a louder and cleaner mix. We will listen to that and we will try the difference. I will Krayos, if you have any good free limiters to clippers to recommend for your master clipper, we might need that recommendation because I'm going to try it if I have access to it. But I don't have any good ones right now, so we might need that from you. So yeah, use the maximizer and a limiter on master only. So soft clipper. Yeah, no, I know, but it's like which one? A soft clipper is a free clip? Okay, I'm going to look into it. So yeah, maximizer, I don't know what it is. Is it like a Fruity Loops thing? Or is it, or you're literally using like an audio maximizer where it's literally like an envelope shaper? Maximizer plugin. Sonic Maximizer. Oh, it's like a limiter on steroids. Right. Okay, gotcha. Cool. Maximus. Yeah, it's yeah, okay. Not my favorite. Maximus is not my favorite. Y'all are fire with the recommendations though. I like that you're using AOM invisible limiter. I gotta try that one. Man, I use ASH from Acoustica. It's like $250. Oh God, no. Ozone is a good one, but it's not free either. Maximus is an FL stock plugin. It's also a multi-band compressor. Yeah, so I'm thinking that your limiter is... Thank you, It's Destiny. I appreciate that follow. Thank you very much for coming on in. Yeah, so I can appreciate that you're using that, and I think that you're basically just coming in a little bit hot on the limiter. I think that's my last comment for the track in my personal sense. But Krayos did mention at some point in the it was Mr. Z Music. Try and add an additional chord synth or harmonies layer. So this is actually going with the dynamic change in your track because it's very repetitive. This could be a useful tool for you specifically. Thank you, Mr. Z. It is a great comment actually. So that is a good thing to maybe consider, maybe for the later drop, but maybe specifically just for this drop in particular. I like that. Mr. Z, I like that a lot. I gotta say, I like that a lot. And it's a nice, easy way for you to build your drop a little bit, very subtly, and just add a little, thank you, appreciate that. Add a little bit more dynamic change to your song. But melodically, that actually works really well. So consider that, Red Fox. Consider that, because that's pretty good. It's a lot of it's in here. What do you mean? I don't know what you mean by that, Trey Flip. Also, it's Destiny. Literally, though. Literally, it's Destiny, it's Trey Flip, it's Red Fox. You're literally a lot of itses. A lot of itses, guys. That's funny. But I need to gain stage also. Probably, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure necessarily. Not necessarily the hardest thing to do, gain staging, just to make sure that your tracks, damn it escaped, just to make sure that your tracks are all like balanced. But you have to definitely examine your master because it is getting crushed beyond infinity, and we don't want that. It's Destiny. Welcome in, dude. Harsh Noises. Thank you very much for welcoming the new chatters. Appreciate that. Dynamicness. Thank you, Twitchy, for that. Appreciate that. Yes, the names is Trey Flip. I realized there shortly thereafter. It is what it is. For sure, I'll try that harmony. Thanks, man. It's my pleasure. Destiny, thank you for joining. But you can't join the list with a message, apparently, says the bot. That's what they say. So yeah, dude, honestly, either way, Red Fox, banger. It's, I absolutely believe that it does give those 2013 vibes. I believe that's what Krayos had said at some point or another. The idea is intact. We just need to work on that execution. But reason ASH works in because you can oversample up to 1,050 times. Okay, that's weird. So I can clip well over 0. Oh, well, shit. That's actually pretty cool. Oh, well, shit. That's pretty useful. I won't lie to you. All I have on the master is the maximizer and limiter. Yeah, you gotta just be careful. Just be careful. Yeah, exactly. Keep your dynamics. Keep those dynamics intact. But yeah. Def a face snipping montage 2013 song. Yes, absolutely. All right, we're moving on. Thank you, Red Fox, for allowing us to listen to the track, for allowing us to provide feedback, and being open to that feedback is always nice. Thank you for trusting us with your track. We are moving on down the line to Dom Siaga. Dom Siaga is not in the chat. Some people can wait, some people cannot. I will tag Dom Siaga one last time. That's all I have on my master 2. You don't really need much more than that. Maximizer does a lot of heavy lifting with the with the dynamics of it, so you don't really need to recompress. You have the multi-band, so it takes care of those frequencies. And yeah, you don't really need much more than that, but I go a little bit more delicately, one plugin at a time, and I go a little bit more hardcore, but I don't use a maximizer, so that's why. Anyways, thank you, as always, Red Fox. I appreciate the submission. Thank you for coming on in. EQ multiband clipper for me right now. EQ is definitely key, for sure. I believe that the EQ in Maximus is also pretty decent. But yeah. Thanks for the feedback, peeps. I appreciate it, gang. Dude, thanks for the submission. Appreciate you. And once again, if you wish to have your track and your review featured across platforms, by all means, make a little clip of your favorite part of the review, and we will get that you'll be entered into the raffle automatically. We'll get that raffle drawn, and you have a chance to win your track review featured across platforms or something. Harsh Noises, I know you're with us. Hit me up with a SoundCloud link, my dude. Also, I had our latest subscriber, which is Davey D. If you want to use the skip function at any time, you are more than welcome to. By the way, you were expressing interest in it. That is all is the only reason I'm saying. All right, stream Harsh Noises by Nocturnal. Oh no, the Harsh Noises is the project name, and the track is Nocturnal. Just like how I've been living these days, nocturnally. Whew, been going to bed late. I should say I've been falling asleep on the couch late. But yeah, I get it. All right, folks. We're going to listen to this track. We're going to take some notes. I'm actually going to just write your name down to make sure we don't... when we're ready to go. So, without further ado, the track Nocturnal by the artist Harsh Noises. Ladies and gentlemen, let us listen to 2 minutes of this together. Okay, whoa, got lost again. Guys, it's Christmas. I'm gonna just enjoy the song until I'm I'm not gonna listen to the whole thing. I'm gonna stop at around 2 minutes, but today I'm gonna just listen to the song until I'm done having fun. That's really what the rule is for today. I'm just enjoying my time listening to your music, guys. So I'm just gonna be a little lax on the 2 minute rule. Let's say that. Let's just say that because it's been fun today. So that's what I'm gonna do. All right, so bit of Psytrance DVD, absolutely. Yes, it's nice. Psytrance too. It's very nice. Instead of Nocturnal, change it to Nocturnal because reasons. It's Destiny. Agreed. I cannot help. Nope. I cannot help but agree with this very hardly. Very, not hardly, but very hard. in a hard manner. I am hard for this idea. I'm going to stop. This track needs machine gun noises. Yes, absolutely. Also a funny thing because it made me think of like Payday. It made me think of like music I would listen to while playing Payday. It's Destiny banging with the cat. Wait, again, stop talking, Mike. Feel like I just robbed a bank. Exactly. That's a good one. Yeah, man. How do I send music for feedback? You exactly what Destiny said. Okay, you seem to figure it out. And it's Destiny throwing in the instructions. Thank you, my dude. Appreciate that. That's so cool. Sorry, I wasn't aware of the playback limit, Studio Mike. That's cool, man. When you subscribe, you go to you go to like higher length availabilities. So for this track, it would have been for today like a tier 2 subscription. I would have listened to the whole thing, kind of thing. It's like 2 minutes if it's free, 3 minutes if it's tier 1, 4 minutes if it's tier 2, and up to 5 minutes if it's tier 3. But 5 minutes is pretty fucking crazy. But there's no worries. I like I said, I was listening to it until I had to stop. My song is so different from what y'all are sending. I'm going to change the whole vibe. Yeah, and you did say something about yours saying where you wanted mixing and mastering tips because you can't seem to get the voice leveled perfectly with the beat. We'll get to that for sure, my dude. Okay. So I have comments about this one, though, because this one does feel very polished. I don't think I have much to say. It is really nice, and the vibe is very good. I do have some thoughts, however, and I don't really need to play through it more, but I will play some key moments. This particular intro. Let's go back to the beginning. So, as of this point, I think that your barky synth is played too frequently. And it's it's not too loud if you reduce the frequency at which you actually put it in the mix. But right now it's on every bar. Every bar without exception until like basically the quiet section, then the first quiet section, there's that barky left and right synth. I like it for the intro, but as of this particular moment at 14 seconds onward, we should be very selective as to where we put it in. We might bring it back every 4 later on in this particular section, maybe, but there's too much of it going on, and that's my big problem. If you wanted to keep it every 4, then it's too loud. The first intro, fine, but as of this point, I would turn that barky section much lower. So I think personally, you could look at that as something to improve. And it's cool that you're adding other elements and stuff. Don't get me wrong, that's fine. But I think to a certain extent, it doesn't make up for the fact of it being just too loud in the mix and too frequently occurring. It's too frequent. I don't even think you should turn down the volume. I think that you should put it on every 4 bars, not every 4 beats, or rather every 8 beats. This is every 2 bars that it's coming in. I need it to be on every 4 the most frequently. Yes, number 2. Got another one. I need it to be less frequent. That's just, I think that that's a deal breaker for me personally. Your other layers are so well folded into the mix, though they're creating a story in and of themselves. But once again, consider maybe putting them off every, like, not necessarily on the 1 of every 4 of every 2 bars. Maybe putting it on a like a 2 or a 3 or a 4 in and of itself, like putting those accents coming in a little bit less predictably might be to your benefit, so that you actually have something that is a bit surprising for the audience to listen to and to go like, oh, that's cool, he did it differently there. And that's those things that make the song have a little more characteristic personality. Which leads me to my next point. Your song is very, this happens, then this is going to happen, then this is going to happen. It's all very mathematical, which, okay, there's an argument that psytrance... Cozy Riot Music, thank you very much for that. I appreciate the follow. If y'all aren't following already, y'all be sure to do so. Whoops. We are trying to get to 350, and we're close, guys. 338, motherfuckers. Thank you also to Benjamin Rich for joining the queue, and Trey Toven for doing the same. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that very much. Okay. So this is my thing. Here. This song is extremely, and also Cozy Riot now for our latest follower for joining the queue. Thank you very much. So this song is very, this happens, then this happens, and this happens, then this happens. You have a problem there with predictability, where I can count the measures before something happens without knowing, without having heard your song before. That certain amounts of familiarity are good. Those are some amounts of familiarity. That's what we want. We want something to like sort of bond to, but we don't necessarily want to have that much familiarity because, I don't know, we need a little bit more chaos in our order, I think. We can't just rely on the textures themselves to be chaotic. I had another comment, but I have to play it through to remember, and I don't remember where it was. So let's go through a few parts here. Love the guitar work. It makes a lot of sense. Yeah, at this point, it was getting repetitive for me. That was my notes. Essentially, right there, we were having some problems with repetitivity. Essentially, it's like, okay, what else you got? It's cool. There's a lot of cool textures, but we need some more ambient stuff. It's Destiny with a fire comment. Could add vocal ad-libs. That's a great idea right there. What would that sound like? I wonder. What would that sound like? I wonder. What are we going to put? We're going to put it like a really far in the back in the mix track here. Hold on. Let's get something with a lot of fucking reverb. Let's put these all into input 3 though. Let's just do that. Let's see. Reverb City. This one. It's more delay, but 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah. That's what I want. All right, let's try it. Yeah, I kind of love that. Not exactly that. Shut up, the delays. That's it's not. Don't do my voice with my voice because mine is not great for falsetto. But those ideas, those improvs that add again a little bit of chaos, a little bit of unpredictability into the mix. That will be the vibe that I want you to be going towards, I guess. When you stub your toe with delay and reverb. That was funny. That's funny. But yeah, so I think that a little bit of like that vibe would be more than welcome. And it's something that you could continue well into this section. You have some actually. So they're subdued, so you bring them back. That's actually really wise. You bring those very far back into the mix and then you bring it back. I love that. That makes me make that face, that sound. so grimy sound texture-y, like it's like great. It's great. I like that section a lot personally. That's a great bass face to make, I personally think. But yeah. And you bring the groove back. That's so cool. So there's a comment that I made in another track, but it kind of applies to this one as well. Your guitar melodies, that thing that you're doing, it's sort of in the same pitch register as your like reverby plucks that is Destiny was talking about. It's sort of in the same pitch. They do sort of cross. You're crossing melodies, basically. And that's technically a no-no in composition because it creates this weirdness, this weird feeling. But it's good. It's good. It's like nice, but you just have to be aware that it's sort of every repeat, every couple of bars, we're getting this weird crossover that makes us feel like, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. I don't know. But yeah, that's, I think, my comment on that. Just be careful with those crossing melodies, because if you want to make people comfortable and like go like that, then it's like not by crossing melodies that you're going to do it. That creates discomfort. So as long as you create the release after that tension, we good. And so, yeah, this section too is very like step, 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 and is very predictable and is very easy to digest kind of thing. Not a bad thing in and of itself, but just having repetitive sections over and over, kind of repetitive. And, I just want it to be a little bit less predictable. But I feel like the repetition gives people more time to dance. I just think that you can absolutely have time to dance, but just build it more intrinsically interestingly, rather than every 4 bars, every 8 bars. Like, you can add elements off the grid every now and then. I'm not saying like all of your elements have to be off the grid, but every now and then starting an element off the grid or building it in a different way, like in a high pass unfurling or like a low pass unfurling, that kind of thing where you're trying to like change it up a little bit. But just adding more, I think, transitional riffs, I guess, or transitional effects would maybe do that. Trey Flip says there's this one vocal in Avatars where they are shooting the tree down and there's a girl singing in the back, like Sahara Desert Stranded vibe. That would go perfect. I mean, with like Avatar: The Last Airbender. I don't remember that one. Which season is that? Which book is that, I should say? I don't remember. Just up the guitar an octave, maybe. Yeah, for sure. No, I don't necessarily think the octave going up, the guitar going up an octave is the vibe itself. It might be a little bit whiny and nasally for me on that Twitchy, so I'm not a huge fan of that. No, the blue people. Oh, I see. Blue Aliens Avatar by James Cameron. Oh, as they're shooting the tree down, you have that very like emotional screamy. I get it. Thank you very much. I know exactly the scene you're talking about, actually. In any case, I would like to listen to more of this, but we're going to be moving on. We got a lot of people in the queue. Now I've seen that we've hit the full queue for the first time, and thanks to y'all for being with us for that to happen. So I appreciate that very much. But first and foremost, Harsh Noises, thank you for allowing us to listen to the part of your track. That is a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun to listen to. I think it's very close to being finished. It just needs a little bit of refinement. Thank you for allowing us to give feedback and being open to the feedback as well. It's always fun to have that. Thank you in general for trusting us with your track. And if you wish to be featured across platforms, your track and the track review featured across platforms, please be so kind as to make a quick clip of the favorite part of your review, and we will have entered already into the raffle. So, dude, absolutely, man. Like, I'd be happy to see yours or anybody that is submitted today featured across platforms. So please do so. we're moving on down the line. So thanks again, Harsh Noises. It is Tray Flip's turn. So he's ready to go. Let's go. Thanks, Harsh. Okay. I'm a rough military dude, but fuck humans. We hippie fucking aliens. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Kind of fuck humans in a very real way. Cheers, guys. All love, Studio Mike, Tray Flip, Twitchy Gamer. Take care of yourself, my dude. Thank you for sticking on in. No, well, Avatar plot, yes, I understood that, but also fuck humans in a very small way. In just a very small way. In the other ways, humans are great. But like in a very small way, fuck humans, man. Yeah, that's my thought. All humans. Every type. Whatever subdivisions we do see each other. Harsh Noises, feel free to stay around and listen to some more of this music that we got going on. But otherwise, we're going to move on to Tray Flip. Maybe it's Spanish. Do a flip! And the track we're listening to is Golden. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let us listen to what we got here.
Just before I spit, I wanna tell you what I'm like. Used to walk to school, it's every day, just wishing for a bike. Got some holes up in my shoes, but I stay grateful for the hype. Mama working every day, it's only weekends when we fight. She was saying she was stressed, so I got focused, feeling hype. Had to practice what I preach and told my mama we alright. I'm about to make the big decision to go spit and live the life. Send you cash when you would need it, mama, I'm gon' be the light. I would die if I ain't conquer everything that I possess. All my talents and my goals will fly away just like the rest. Got it down into a science, parked the car, hopped out finesse. I ain't taking any bullshit if you talking with your chest. Better water down the tone before you type up on the net. Cause when it's time, I wipe my nose and load the bullets that'll stretch. You wanna know how I got flows? I live the life that I regret. Mama told me that she knows I used to push the tree, invest. You ain't wanna sell your soul to go put work behind the desk. I've been laughing at these hoes, they reaching for a nigga net. Hey, I've been trying to change, but no one let me bend. Pushing out my pride like, when will this shit end? I used to have some faith, now I don't know what it is. I die right by the sword, cause at least I die with sins. Pops love me, now it's ghosted. Life ain't what I hoped it. Be just what you say, but the truth is what I chase. I ain't listen to you poses, probably lost the focus. You ain't the one to cope with when all this shit get broken. Yeah, hey, you preach and get revoked like my spliff, then I reload. I talk to God, he let me know, my nigga, I know that I'm chosen. These become like roses, he helped me when I wrote this. He still the boat I coasted. Yeah, hey.
All right, hold up. First things first. What is your role in this, Tray Flip? What did you do in this? The producer, rapper, both, neither, fan. What what do we do? Who are you in this project? I need to know. I need to know what my target is here. Mixing for sure, but like, what are we? You know what I mean? What are we mixing? I rapped it, but I can mix for sure. Okay. 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 Everybody take a second to hydrate. All right. You've got great flow, dude. Holy shit. This flow flowed through the entire track. It felt great. You have very original like rap structures and like it worked throughout. I liked your lyrics. I didn't understand all of them just because I was like so entranced by your rhythmic structures. They were good and it was simple, but you change it up just very subtly and with your words. Yeah, dude, I really like the way you rap. So we'll start there. That's cool. Mix-wise, yeah, so a couple of things. Is it overwhelming? Am I saying too much? Well, I was going to get to that. But let's start there. In 2 minutes, let's start actually at the beginning of the track. Shall we? Cool sample. I don't know where you found this particular beat, but it sounds cool.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Alright, just before I spit, I wanna tell you what I'm like. Used to walk.
So the vocals start at. The vocals actually start at 23 seconds. From 23 seconds to 2 minutes and 3 seconds, there is no break in the vocals. So that is, for me, a bit of a no-no arrangement-wise. Just because I don't have any breaks, I don't have any time to breathe, I don't have any fucking room for myself to digest what it is you're giving to me. And the effect happens, what happens is what happened to me, for a lot of people. I basically don't remember any of your lyrics. And so I have to listen to it over and over. That's not to say that your raps are not bad, are not good. They are great. That was like one of the things that like I was so impressed with, is how overwhelmingly good it was. However, unless this track is like an intro to an album, this is too much. And even if it's the intro to an album, I think we could use a bar or two of break, personally. Even then, just to like tell people like, yeah, you weren't ready for that, were you? All right, we're coming back. Boom. And then you come back into your next verse, which is even more crazy and even more hardcore. But like, we need that breath. And we don't have that breath, I don't think. I'm going to go through it a little bit. But it does, and because your rap's flow is like consistent throughout, we don't necessarily get a break from the same rhythm over and over. So we don't learn to appreciate it. We just absorb, and we're just like sitting there letting it happen to us rather than being a part of it. So yeah, the breath is necessary, I think. Step 1. Step 2, you're mixing. So it could be worse. It could be that your vocals aren't loud enough. Right now, they're too loud. That's really what's happening. They're standing out. You have a lot of high mids going on, so check somewhere in your between 3 to 6K. You might need to bell it out a little bit. Thinking probably closer to 6 than to 3, because you do seem to have a lot of like very crisp high end, and I think you might be able to take a little bit of energy from that EQ a little bit. The other thing is that your vocals are always in the center. In the center, in the center, in the center, in the center, every single time, both for your lead vocals and your doubles. So I'm not saying to necessarily always spread your vocals left and right. But what I'm saying is if you did that strategically, you could actually probably achieve a very sick dynamic between the doubles so that you actually feel like there's a variation. You can have some vocals that are like megaphoned up where they're sounding like a little muffled. And then you can have vocals that are left and right spread really wide so that you hear only the support. And like, that's really powerful. But I think that you need to maybe... motherfucker escaped it. I think that you need to maybe work with your doubles a little bit more diversely. And so if you do, again, if this is the intro to an album, having your vocals consistently throughout as like a barrage might be acceptable. But it becomes a lot more acceptable if you fuck with your doubles to make the track more interesting. I also think you might need to have a few ad-libs recorded. So, you know, maybe a few yeah, like some things in the track, or just even repeating your vocals, like repeating your lyrics, like one key line, one key phrase, sort of like what you would do with a delay. But if you don't want to like automate delay sends on and off the entire track, it's a lot easier to just go through it, listen to it, like you listen to your vocals and just throw in a couple of ad-libs. Yeah, I normally don't ad-lib. Well, you don't have to. I'm not saying that you don't have to. I'm not saying that you have to. I'm just saying that's probably the easiest way for your track to feel a little bit more like it has movement, like it has actual variation throughout. Because your beat stays the same, your rap structure stays the same. You have a very consistent way of rapping too, though your flow does expand over time, and that's what I respect a lot. And your doubles do sort of like come in at the end and really support us, but like it's too little too late. We need more variation for those big things at the end to have an effect, because otherwise it's just more of what we've already heard. And we've learned to already appreciate that. So now we're looking to appreciate something new. Oh, he has an ad. He has an ad. It is time for the ad song, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's over. All right. Got a little ad song there, folks. We ain't gonna do your review when there's a fucking ad. That's kind of stupid. So we're gonna play a little ad song. Yes, sir. So, let's go back to it. Let's listen to a couple of the flows and let's just hear throughout how it sounds.
Just before I spit, I wanna tell you what I'm like. Used to walk to school, it's every day, just wishing for a bite. Got some holes up in my shoes, but I stay grateful for the hype. Mama working every day, it's only weekends when we fight. She was saying she was stressed, so I got focused, feeling hype. Had to practice what I preach and told my mama we alright. I'm about to make the big decision.
So the flow is back, like very constant and repetitive. Now we listen to those vocals and we come through into this section, for instance.
Any bullshit if you talking with your chest. Better water down the tone before you type up on the neck. Cause when it's time I wipe my nose.
Let's keep going.
Laughing at these hoes, they reaching for a nigga net. Hey, I've been trying to change, but no one let me bend.
Change of flow here.
Pushing.
That is more than halfway through your entire rap. We're changing to something bam, 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 bam. That's that new flow.
Hey, I've been trying to change, but no one let me bend. Pushing out my pride like, when will this shit end? I used to have some fake, now I don't know what it is. I die right by the sword, cause at least I die with sense. Pause, love me now it's ghosted.
Die with sense, pause. Did you say that?
Die right by the sword, cause at least I die with sense. Pause, love me now it's ghosted.
Did you throw a pause in there?
Life ain't what I hoped it. Be just what you say, but the truth is what I chase. I ain't listen to you poses. Probably lost the focus. You ain't the one to cope with when all this shit get broken. Yeah. Hey, you preach and get revoked. Like my spliff, then I reload. I talk to God, he let me know, my nigga.
So yeah, now we come back with a slightly familiar flow from the beginning, kind of, but it's kind of a combination of the two because it's a shorter loop than the first one, but it's and it's as long as the second one, but it's sort of more along the rhythm of the first one, the rhythmic structure of the first one. So it's like a hybrid thing. So your flow that changes is good. Oh, pops. Okay. Cool. Just checking. Yeah, so I like the changing in the flow. It does have a storytelling element to it, but I think you're going to need to lower your vocals a little bit volume-wise. You're going to need to take out some of those high mids, just scoop them out a little bit, just take off some of that vocal harshness because it's standing out aggressively. And also with your doubles, you're going to want to probably vary them up. Again, megaphone, left and right, and center. Those are like three go-to basic things that you can do to the double vocals. And you could do it in like a pattern, or you could do it randomly depending on what syllables sound better through which effects. And like depending on how much impact you want each of them to have. Those are three things that I'm like, if you ain't doing this to your doubles, there better be a good reason. In this particular track, I don't think there's a good enough reason to not do that. So that's I think my feedback for you, my dude. Either way, you got some great lyrics. I started listening to a few more and I was like, okay, dude, you're an excellent writer. You do a great job writing lyrics. Now I think that you're gonna need to expand a little bit on your skills of editing lyrics to make those things a little bit more honed in, so that you don't need to rap the entire song. You say those same messages while allowing for breaks in your vocals for people to go, that was hot, that was awesome, and then okay, we're back. But those breaks are really key through a song, so you got to consider doing some of that. That might require you chopping a few lines, so be better with the lines, or like condense them one way or the other. Yes, sir, and I make those doubles really low, right? No, not necessarily. Depends on which ones. The megaphone, you could go low at some points, or you could go louder at some point. And the doubles, left and right, you could do the same thing. It could be just like a support thing, so it's far back in the mix, or it could be just slammed up left and right in the center of the mix. It all depends on the emphasis that you want to put on the vocals. There's like no rule for it, really. But in general, if you kind of want the vocals to sound weirder, you'd put like a megaphone. If you'd want them to be reinforced more of what they already are, you'd put it in the center. And if you want it to be huge, you put it left and right. If you want those vocals to really stand out of the mix, you put it left and right. Those are the general rules, but there are really no rules. You can do any of the combination as long as it sounds like proper and it's not too like too much. It's not too much change. It's not too sudden and drastic either. We just need a little bit of that. So yeah, either way, Trey Flip, I appreciate the submission, man. Thank you for allowing us to listen to the track. Thank you for allowing us to give you feedback, being open to that feedback as well. Literally all your friends say the same thing. You're a goat. Thank you, my dude. I appreciate the recognition. It's sort of a thing that is unfortunately common among vocalists where you want to hear more of yourself, but not necessarily anybody else does. So we got to be careful. We got to edit ourselves. As a singer, I know that. I understand that. So I feel your pain is what I guess I'm saying. But either way, Trey Flip, thank you for trusting us with your track, my dude. It was a lot of fun listening to it. You're a great rapper. You're a great writer as well. So I'm looking forward to hearing more of your stuff, man. All right, we're moving on to our latest subscriber, Davey D official. Let us get it, Davey. Are you still in the chat? Yes, you fucking are. Absolutely. Thank you. My pleasure. My treasure. Oof. Yeah, we're pulling up Davey D official's song as we speak. Twitchy, how are your holidays, man? It's been a while since I've seen you, and I'm glad you're back on the stream 2 weeks in a row. That's always nice. But how are your holidays? I think you wished me happy holidays before, and I didn't say that shit, but I didn't say anything about it. But happy holidays back to you, my dude. How are your holidays this particular season? I'm curious to know. Definitely hit me up in the chat. But before that, Davey D. Or is it David? Like you just got David. Ugh, sounds like the wrong thing to say after sex. Okay, you confirm Davey D. Just David? Okay, just David. All right, well, hi David. I'm Mike. Yes, let us listen here. My holidays are already. I want to see my girlfriend more, but she was busy. I got nice gifts though. That's awesome. That's cool. What'd you get? Did I get this fly? Oh, I think I did. I think I see a piece of him. Might have gotten him. We'll count it as 3.5. How are yours? Mine were pretty chill. I got a sick hoodie for my girlfriend. My family were always nice to see. Saw a bunch of people actually this was holiday. Honestly, it was fucking really a social holiday season, and so that was a lot. It's been a lot. It's been a lot of people, and we're seeing more people this weekend. So it's like it's cool, fun, family times. All right, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, David, just fucking David. David is looking forward to hearing what we think about this track, which is called Crazy ID. So let us listen to it together. 2 minutes of it, and let us write down what we think. Let's go.
Can I ask you, was it something I did? Still I wonder, 'cause it isn't too clear. I don't want no trouble, tired of the lies. You find yourself another, heart as cold as ice. I'm trying to recover. Do you even
Okay. Just writing my last one down. Okay. So, good track, cool concept. I really like that as well. It was fun to listen to. Okay. So, my first note, and it's a stupid note, because I feel bad saying it, but I know that it's the reality. Your initial swell. A 4-second swell seems like a lot, personally. It's sad because it's not a lot at all. As a producer, I recognize that that's like a stupid question of time. But for a lot of listeners, when they're not hearing something within when they're hearing 0 within the first 3 seconds, it's like, oh, this must be a buggy track, skip. And it's as stupid as that, because people don't have the fucking patience to just wait to see if something happens until 5 seconds. But like some people that don't hear anything happening within the first 3 seconds will literally go like, nope. So it's to your benefit that you bring that fade, like, just make it 1 second. It doesn't have to be that particularly dramatic. Make it a bit more like, make it rather more dramatic. It doesn't have to be that long and drawn out. My first note. And again, I recognize saying this, it's stupid. But the reality is more people will listen to your song that way. Okay. The rest. Let's talk about what you guys were talking about here in this. Also, I'm glad that you've been enjoying these games as well, Twitchy. Tried Bowser's Fury's 3D World and they sucked. That's too bad. You've been enjoying Odyssey a lot. That's fun. Okay, Mr. Zed Music, who's still with us, man. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you sticking through, man. I think it misses some more transition sound effects like sweeps, cymbals, snare builds, or even some creative swells and pads. I cannot help but agree with you, my friend. That is not one of my notes, although I would have probably written it down or realized it as we were listening to it, because unfortunately, yes, the transitions are a little bit dry. And that's okay sometimes, but not every of the times. Let's put it that way. So let us get through this song and let us see what we think here. Let's listen to this build here.
'Cause it isn't too clear.
So I wrote it down later because I only realized it was a problem, but the vocals high mids are too loud. You need to EQ out a little bit of high mids. It's been a recurring theme today that I've been hearing a lot of vocals with high mids. It might be a producing on headphones problem. It might be something that consistently headphones are like lacking in the high mids. My fucking headphones are swarming with high mids. It kind of blasts my ears when I listen to music. So it's like the opposite. But I think, yeah, you're going to definitely want to EQ your vocals a little bit less aggressively in the highs, one way or the other. The other thing is, this might resolve the next note, but your drop has less high-end presence and energy than your build.
Find yourself another heart as cold as ice.
So when you do EQ it, you might actually find that this is not as much of a problem. But we go with all of this rich high-end here.
Trying to recover. Do you even realize?
And we maintain a hint of it with the delay, the repetitive delay. I respect that, like, you're maintaining an element of familiarity with that. But we have so little high-end energy in this drop, and it's very tech house sort of feel. But even tech house has something in the high end, whether it be like a cymbal or whether it be a hi-hat or something. It's just, I feel like it's just the song goes down on your drop kind of thing, energy-wise. So I don't necessarily know that I like the drop. It's funny because I actually enjoy the sound of it on its own. But compared to the previous section where there's so much high end, you might need to just boost it. Twitchy Gamer thinks you could swell the high end, maybe. Maybe with a sweep effect, you could certainly achieve that. Let's see what it sounds like with like a bit of saturation. Might fix it, but I'm talking more of actually like elements added into your song that are going to make it so that we actually feel a little more of the high-end energy actually appear. So
Do you even realize?
like that. So like actually adding something, which is actually specifically the note that Mr. Z had as well. It's like you need swells, you need some like energy, something like that to like bring that energy there. So like exactly what Twitchy Gamer said, swell the high end, and lines up with Mr. Z's comment. That will bring us into that sort of more chill chorus, or rather drop, I guess I should say, because this is electronic. So here we got Miss Cyrus, by the way. Hello, how you doing? Thank you very much for joining the queue. And my Sybian track is 7 minutes and 45 seconds. Any chance we can make it work for you to feedback on it? I'll gladly donate if you'd like. So if you'd like, I'll cover 5 minutes of that if you are a tier 3 subscriber. We got a lot of tracks on the lineup, and you have to understand that I'm definitely willing to listen to that length of track. But a tier 3 subscriber gets 5 minutes, and any more would have to be like essentially like a $50 donation, I think, because that's a long time to listen to a track. But I would accept if you were a sub and with a donation would be a way to do that for sure. All right. Teddy J Discord. There is a Discord. You can command Discord to get the Discord link, and I'll give you access to it at a certain point here. But yeah, absolutely. Got it all written down. That's cool, dude. That's cool. Let's keep on moving through here. And this is where I actually wrote the note of the vocals have too much high mids, because I noticed it here. If I was like hearing those high mids cut through, then it was like, oh wow, there's a lot of them. So like there was more noticeable here, even though before it was technically more. How do I become a tier 3 sub? You just subscribe, man. Like that's one of the functions that you could do is in our chat. Basically, it's like it's not in our chat, in the Twitch interface. You got a subscribe section, and you could select the tier when you click on the button. Be honest with you, I don't have it on my interface just because I'm in the streamer mode. But yeah, I have something weird to ask you, David. David, what the fuck happened here? That was weird. So yeah, I think we need to sync the LFL fucked up somehow. Something you're gonna need to probably look into, because I hear what you're going for. You're going for like a wow, 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 wow. Like something like that would work. But you have to understand that you also have your plucky synth melody there that is not on the 1, 2, 3, 4. It's pretty weird in and of itself. So you're gonna have to navigate that synth while programming your LFO to be as varied as you want it to be. And that's gonna make your life hard, dude. Like I'm telling you, that syncing those two in a very counterpoint-ish way, it's hard. It's hard. But you can do it. It's just gonna take a lot of trial and error because it's not syncing up this way. This way I'm losing all of the energy. It's fine on my FLP, but the export is weird. Okay, well, don't know what to tell you about that. But yeah, that's just something to look into for sure. All right, I think I only have one more note for this song. The rest of this build seemed all right. Oh, Thomas Casson. Merry Christmas, or Nadalig Lawen, as we say in Wales. I don't know if I pronounced that properly. I probably didn't. I do not speak Welsh, even though I'd love to. Very Merry Christmas to you, Thomas. Appreciate you, as always, being with us and saying hello. Nice of you to stop in, my dude. That's always cool. Annoying. It must be annoying. Oh, I see now. A bit expensive for what I think is worth, but it was almost considering it. Thanks anyway. Well, dude, sorry to announce that to you. 7 minutes and 45 seconds is certainly a long time to listen to music and give feedback on the entirety of the thing. But you're more than welcome to 2 minutes, a 2-minute listen. Although I don't think that would capture necessarily the spirit of your entire track. Knowing that psytrance is a little bit more expansive than that. That's the word I'm looking for. Music is all about math. Meth, Twitchy. That's funny. Yeah, math is certainly a heavy part of it, Destiny, but I don't necessarily think it's only about math. I certainly think that it's about math and the lack thereof. That's a more fair statement. It's about like using math and then using the lack of math to enhance your math. So I guess it's it's both mathematical and amathematical. It's like that balance between the two. Math and soul. It's a good way of putting it. It's a good way of putting it because specifically what we're talking about is like the feel, the anti-mathematical sort of emotional approach to creating music. So yeah. Let's keep going through your track here. Again, I don't think I have much more to say about it, David. Cool pre-drop. Same problem here. We are going to need another swell here. Again, speaking to Mr. Z and Twitchy's suggestions. Really good idea. Also, I'm going to need more of a delineation. I think I'm going to need more of a delineation. So I'm thinking probably this, like, it doesn't have to be a cymbal swell here at this particular section here if you're going to put one at this other section here. But, like, this is what I'm thinking kind of thing. Like, for instance. Sorry, I fucked that up actually. Something like that. It was off time. I'll do it one more time properly. So yeah, that's I think what I'm thinking there. More of a splash rather than you have your cymbal rise and then it stops dead and then it crashes on your actual fucking, like, because the false drop is a good idea. The false drop is a fantastic idea, but you're definitely missing the splash, and we need splash. We need this song to be a little more splashy. Water everywhere. You know what I mean? But not everywhere, just some places. But it needs it there. It needs it there for sure. Again, I'm not to say that anti-repetition is fun, but it makes things nice. So you could make a little more cymbal accents here and there just by doing things like this. Some just little accents here and there on drums. Rather on cymbals specifically, they'll add that breath, that wet breath. Oh God, I'm bad today. You need a little more wet breath in your song. So yeah, small ear candy. Yeah, exactly. Or wet breath. I like yours better. Small ear candy. Let's go with that. I don't think I had anything else to say. Because that was my last note. The second drop loses energy weirdly, and that was because your false drop didn't have enough emphasis, and your drop itself did not have enough emphasis either. Folly, I know, right? But yeah, so I don't think I had a problem with the rest of the drop though. Oh yes, I did. The vocals stop here. You have nothing to take their place. You have nothing to take their place here. So your last drop, your final like goodbye. The final part of your song loses energy as of this part as well. So yeah, your false drop definitely like is working against you as well. But this particular section, when your vocals come away and you're just leaving that sort of melody that we've already heard before. It's even in this drop, we've heard it on its own, in the false drop specifically. So I'm saying like you're working a bit against yourself by repeating yourself and not adding another element, another lead element specifically. Something more than just the repeating, maybe something like a harmony, not sure. It's up to you to decide really, but something needs to go here. It doesn't have to be that cheesy ass synth sound. Please don't make it actually that cheesy ass synth sound, but like make it a nice sound that is that is like harmonizing with the melody, or making its own melody that isn't stepping on top of the other one kind of thing. Fill in the gaps is what I'm saying for that section. But yeah, I mean, other than that, you got a good concept here. The interesting things that are present are definitely like creating a story, telling a story, and I see that story being told. It's just it's not being told. It's not like the most of anything. I think it's the rule of the most of everything, which is like be 100% yourself at all moments of the song. So if this song needs to be subdued, make it 100% as subdued as it needs to be. If this section needs to explode, make it explode 100% of the capacity that it should explode in that section. And it feels like we're just sort of holding back a little bit on many aspects. So like, I think I want you to hold back a little bit less. It's Destiny thinks, double the vocal chop and put the second one 7 semitones up. Sure, an easy way to do that. It's harmonize, right? So you harmonize the main melody. Easy way to fix basically empty space. You could very well just add a synth that line there as well and accomplish similar things. It would be an easier way to do that, or rather, it would be a different way to do that, more complex writing wise. But it is easier to just throw your vocals back there with a double that is harmonized. Very easy way of going it. Either way, David, I appreciate your subscription. I appreciate your submission. I appreciate you allowing us to listen to the track online. Appreciate you being open to the feedback that we gave, because a lot of it could really help your track swell. And I really hope for you that some of this feedback is taken to heart, and maybe we could hear it next time. So, like, I appreciate you. What's up, Dom? Yeah, we deep in this bitch. Absolutely. I appreciate you, bro. Heavily appreciate that feedback. Always my pleasure, David. Thank you for trusting us with your track and for being our subscriber on the first time that you're joining us. Thank you very much for that trust. I appreciate that. Hope to see you back again soon. Let's keep it fucking moving. Thank you very much to all who join us right now in this moment. One shot, one opportunity. Okay, I'll stop. Work in progress. I don't know if the chords are different. Lots of samples. Okie doke. Let's do this, guys. Pomegranate streams. That just... I have an image, you know? I have an image. It's in my head. Wait, it has a guitar. Fuck. Good for you. I like that. All right. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Twitch Gamer, our longtime viewer, Echo E, the artist name, and the song, Pomegranate Streams. I love that title, dude. It makes me think of like a prog rock song. All right, let's listen. cool, man. It's a cool vibe. It's very different to what I'm used to hearing from you, but I do hear your signature elements in there, which is very nice. I love hearing and recognizing an artist in the textures that I hear. That's, for me, far more effective emotionally than a producer tag. That's my own opinion, personally. But let's listen back to this here. I do have a couple of words about it, but let's go through this. I don't know that I would have started the beat there. That's something I thought of right away. I was like, I don't necessarily know that the beat should have started there, or if it would have had more impact, or if it maybe, let me hear this again real quick. Whoa, 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 whoa. Lois, this is not my Batman glass. All right, let's go back to this. Yeah, I get what you're doing because you're doing with the side click snare, kind of like under the bridge kind of feel drumming as well. But I know it's the kick that's bothering me. The kick itself, its sample is a little thick for me in this particular intro section. So I think you might want to use a different kick sample for this particular section because I like that you're going with the side stick and then you go into the full snare. I like that part of it. But the kick is way too impactful for me. So change that kick up to be something a little bit less thumpy and a little bit more thuddy. A little bit less lows and a little more low mids, I guess is what I think I'm saying. Yeah, that's exactly what I think. Yeah, and you could definitely do with beefing up the second kick as well. It's not that it's bad, it's that it could be better. And that will actually impact also using a less impactful kick before. That will have more impact as well, so it's good. Also, I'd consider maybe you fucking with your sidechain a little bit more. Let me listen back to make sure I'm not talking out of my ass here. Yeah, I would sidechain a little bit more aggressively, personally, on this section. So you're going to beef up your kick for sure, and that'll affect the sidechain. I'd exaggerate the effects a little bit more too, to see if it like gives a little bit more breathy movement there, specifically on this drop. But I like the textures you've put in. Thank you. What the fuck does that say? Blacker makes music. Blecker makes music. I don't know what's the vowel that's missing. Ah! I could be very racist right now. Is it Blucker makes music? Or Blocker? It's Blecker. I figured. So, yeah, if there's going to be vocals or something leady on top of this section here, Twitchy, I think that makes sense. I think it would make sense for it to be this way. It's just missing a bit of a lead element, and I think that those chimey pianos are not necessarily my favorite thing for that specific section. But like you have something in the lows, you have something in the low mids, you have something in the high mids, and we're missing something in the mid-mids, I think, like an element that is bringing something a little more midi to the table. Not meaty, but midi. Lego Bricker. Yo, Lego Fortnite, though? Anybody? Am I right? Has anybody tried Lego Fortnite? Seriously, try it. It's worth it. It's a really good game. Yo, Merry Christmas, Stefan. Thank you very much for stopping on by and giving us your well wishes. Appreciate that. Stefan says it's bad. Oh, no. I was just starting to like you, dude. No, yeah. Oops. I think it's a great game. I've been having so much fucking fun. Been, like, obsessed with that game. It's kind of stupid. I used to have it at the end, and the guitar is there, but it got repetitive. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm sitting out, hell nah. All right, no problem. So again, this whole section is kind of like empty and desolate, and we need some form of lead element here in this section. Halfway through, I understand like keeping it like desolate and empty halfway, but then the second half needs something there. Those pianos, something that fills those frequencies, but maybe different from the pianos or whatever they are, guitars. I like the vocal ad-libs. They bring a little like extra texture to the party, but I feel like it's a little too late at this point. I don't know. Because I like the textures that are added at this point. It's just like, I think it's all at once, and then there's not enough in the beginning. So it's kind of just like at odds. It's very, very binary, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Maybe an ARP could do the trick. That's actually a good idea, dude. Let's see if we can get an ARPy, sort of an ARPy synth here. Let's just get a real basic sawtooth. What the fucking... Saw! You kidding me? I don't know this synth very well. Let's just say. There. And let's do arpeggiator. Up and down. Let's say... I don't fucking know how this works. I'm not going to figure this out. I'm not going to figure this out on stream. It's not going to be good, but what kind of ARPs could work there. I do a lot of ARPs. I wanted something smoother. Add song. He's back. Ladies and gentlemen, he's back. All right, let's keep it going. Thanks, Shoddy. Sling me to sleep. I said sling, but I meant sing. Let's keep it moving. Now I appreciate what you're doing here in this section where you're like basically just blending what has already been done. So your sort of choppy bridge, your choppy drop, as well as your more melodic and empty passes, you're sort of like blending the two as a concept. And I think you need to be a little more chopped than that. And I think you did say that before, which is that you were going to consider chopping it up a little bit, or was that just the vocals? Where did you say that? I might mess with the delay chops. There it is. So yeah, I think that you should certainly consider messing with the delay and the chops on that. A smooth ARP would be a good idea, Mr. Z. I actually agree with that. I think it could very well come into into like sort of a transitional effect, even using it just as a transition, and keeping it only for like the in between bars could be a very useful tool. I can appreciate you getting more active right around the end, but again, those bells, delay the bells down an octave. Delay the bells down an octave I don't know if that's how delay works, but I agree with you that an octave lower could be more suitable to this section too, just because it does have a little more gravitas and a little bit less chiminess. So that might be a thing that you could consider for sure. The guitars are too loud. The guitars, I think, are too loud throughout, actually. They're a little too loud. You need to bring those down a little bit throughout the entire mix. And I've only realized it in the outro, considering how loud the drums are. The guitars are dominating a lot of the space and are making your mix a little bit cloudy. So you're going to want to bring those down a tad bit. And I know that's crazy me saying bring down guitars, but that's what I do on a live basis as well with my bands that I'm mixing. I always have to tell the guitarists to turn the fuck down, because goddammit, guitarists want to be loud. They want to bring their 4x12 cabs and turn them up to 11. No, that's great. It's great. We can't hear any fucking anything else, but that's great. Thanks, dude. Making the sound engineer's life a lot easier. But anyways, my point is guitars need a little bit less of a personality, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, damn, I'm mixing like a guitarist. True! This is true. So yeah. Either way, Twitchy, thanks for your submission, man. It's always good to hear. It's always good to hear some new stuff from you. It's always good to hear that you're coming up with some new things. And nice new vibe you've got going here, which I like. I could dig this. I could listen to this on a regular basis. So keep that up, because I'm very happy with that. Other than that, thanks for letting us listen to the track. Thanks for allowing us to provide feedback and being open to that feedback. Thank you, as always, for trusting us with your track, Mr. Twitchy. Thank you very much, my dude. We're going to be keeping on. We're going to keep on keeping on down this line. So next up is Mr. Z Music. Go ahead and submit your link in the chat. Twitchy, my dude. Thanks, my dude. As always, I'm happy to see you. It is the turn of Mr. Z, who has been a contributing a member of this chat, has been providing some apt feedback for a lot of people and a lot of good ideas, a lot of brainstorms as well. So yeah. Oh, by the way, Twitchy and everyone who is joining us, who has been with us, if you want your track review featured across platforms, all you got to do, clip your favorite part of the track, of your favorite part of the stream. So it could be your track review, I suppose, but just making a clip of the stream is enough to enter a chance for your track to be featured across platforms, including the review, of course. Gotta keep it on brand. But yeah, free publicity, exposure. At least I'm not telling you have to spend money. You just have to clip your shit. All right, folks. Blecker Makes Music, thank you for joining the queue. Appreciate that. Welcome back. So it was Blecker at the end of the day, right? It wasn't Blacker? I appreciate you. Have a great rest of your stream. I'm tired to talk to my girlfriend. If she's busy, I might be back. What, your girlfriend too good for us? Can't invite her into the stream either? No, I'm just kidding, man. Enjoy your talk. Have a great night. And hope to see you again, man. Yep, Blacker. All right. Blacker Makes Music. Thank you for joining the queue. We will get to you. We have a long queue, which we will be closing soon, by the way, fellas. We'll be most likely closing it in the next 10 or so minutes, because we got a lot of people to go through. So let us keep it going with Mr. Z and the track Firefly, the second version of the track Firefly, mind you, V2. All right, enough fucking about Firefly by Mr. Z. Or MRZ, I'm not sure. SoundCloud didn't want me to play it, so I'm filling the space. Let's listen.
I lost myself inside your broken heart. I felt you fade away from the start, but you pulled me through. Pull me back to you, like a firefly. You light the way. Take me back to the night we met, to the place that I won't forget. Like a firefly, you light the way. Take me back to the night we met, to the place that I won't forget.
Okay, that was dense. That was good, but it was dense. It was very, very dense. I know what happened. I didn't even have time to take my fucking notes. I wasn't even done chewing my chips and the song was over. That was a good drop, though. It was a good drop. I like that future sort of sound. I like that feel. It's real cool. It's real nice. I like it. But I got a couple comments. So let's go back to the beginning here.
I lost myself inside your broken heart. I felt you fade away from the start.
So there's this weird effect that's going on in the vocals, and I don't know why it's happening, but like sometimes your vocals will just fade out. You'll lose the high end of your vocals. It's like this weird sort of effect that's happening. It's almost like a constant oscillation. It's weird. Not a fan of it, but I'll either way go one step further and say that the vocals themselves from the beginning are a little bit loud, and then they only get progressively louder. And I think that in order for us to progress louder and louder, we need to start from a healthy, dynamic starting point. And I think they start a little loud. So let's go through this.
I lost myself inside your broken heart. I felt you fade away from the start.
Right there, from the start. Like, it's weird. It gets muffled. It's kind of weird. That's what I was talking about. But yeah, let's keep listening.
But you brought me through, brought me back to you, like a firefly. You light the way.
See, this is the thing, is like now this section, the vocals should really like open up a little bit, and they don't because they're the same, basically the same volume in relation. They might be turned up even a little bit more in this section. It sounds like it gets turned up by like a dB or two. But the problem that I'm saying here is that we have no comparison. We have no contrast between the previous section and this section vocally. So at this point, I would probably take off the effect, that buzzy effect, and let the vocals breathe, because we want a difference. We want the song to like unfurl. And right now it's being contained in this weird distortion effect. The vocal is pitched down. Maybe it got some stretch effect. I don't know, man, but there sounds like there's some distortion or some shit on it, and it's like muffling the weirdness. It's sort of muffling and making this weirdness in this vocal. So I don't know what we gotta do, but like let's clean it up in this section. Like a firefly. Well, take off that vocoder. I mean, like, or rather, like, I don't know, clean it up a little bit. I don't know what we gotta do, but let's go.
The way, take me back to the night we met. To the place that I won't forget, like a firefly.
Here, vocal harmony. Definitely a vocal harmony. Vocal harmony. Yes, that's how that says. Yeah, let me show you what I mean. Where's the thing? It's this one, I think. No, I wanted the backing vocal, actually. Backing main, there it is.
I won't forget, like a firefly. You light the way.
Because you go up there. Because you go up there as well, it's good that you can like have higher harmonies that join with it. Like a firefly, like really swells, you know?
Like a firefly, you light the way. Take me back to the time we met. To the place
Something like that. Just an idea. Just something that you could possibly do.
that I won't forget. Firefly.
Okay, so here's my problem with this drop. The drop itself, the sound design of it is good. The arrangement itself is good. The drum breaks, the beats, all of those things, good. My biggest problem with it, you have mixed your synths a little bit too loud. So unfortunately, we are not hearing as much of the kick and the snare as we should. And the synths are coming out way too much. So this loudness in your synths, you should be achieving through mastering and not through turning it up in your mix. So you are gonna have to fight the instinct to turn your synths up so loud in this section. You're gonna have to bring them back in the mix and then master more aggressively. So it's the opposite way of going about it. But what will happen is essentially those kicks will be unquestionably loud and those snares will be unquestionably powerful. And then if you master properly, when those compressors settle down after having been slammed into it with the mix, with the kick and the snare, those synths will come and fill that space so aggressively, and that will happen on its own with a proper master. So that's what you're going to need to do is this entire drop, turn your synths down by, we're talking 3 to 5 decibels. And that seems like a lot, but it's not if you're mastering properly. 3 decibels at the minimum, 5 decibels at the most, and you will get a far better balance between kick, snare, and synths and bass. Just saying. Yeah, because now even your subs are sort of struggling to keep up with the rest. So you might need to like literally leave some breathing room for everything. Maybe even turn up your sub frequencies just so that everything's nice and even and full. But yeah, definitely turn down your synths. Yeah, nope, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much all I got to say about this song so far. Obviously, it's a very short production, and you're probably going to expand on it a little bit more, probably, unless you don't, in which case you don't. But it's a good stuff. It's on its way for sure. It needs a couple of touches, like I said, and I think it's on its way. I see a second drop in this song. I see like a second build and the whole process, basically. I love that sort of fidgety sort of feel to this song as well. I like the effect that has on me personally. I really enjoy fidget music in general, and this is sort of like you said, like you defined it as like a future retro, or retro future rather, I think is what you called it, and I like that because it does have that feel of like very old school sound, but it does have that sort of very new aesthetic of mixed in a very novel and more like recent like way. So I really enjoy that. So thank you very much, Mr. Z, or MRZ rather, MERZ. Thank you, Mr. Z, Jesus Christ. Thank you, MRZ, for allowing us to listen to your track online, for allowing us to give feedback on it, for being open to the feedback. Hopefully. I'm looking forward to hearing the finished product either way. Feel free to come back on the stream, by the way, with the finished product. We can maybe listen to the other half next time. Just keep that in mind so we could just skip the first few minutes and then listen to the second half of that song. Thank you, either way, MRZ, for trusting us with your track. Appreciate you stopping on by, my dude. And, yeah. Oh, wow. I didn't even know that you could do that, It's Destiny. That's crazy. Thank you very much, Mr. Z, MRZ, for the follow. I got your name wrong again, but I'll get it right one day. I promise you that. Wow, that's cool, Destiny. I didn't even know you could like lay out the cue like that. That's pretty crazy. Either way, we are moving on down the line, and we are going to continue to the next one, which will bring us to Kreos. Kreos, a long-time listener, I think, and well, long time. Stream's only been a couple of months, but yeah, dude. Thank you for always joining us, Kreos. Appreciate you being part of the crew. Well, neither did I. Well, shit, Destiny. It was a lot of names all one after the other, but still, it's pretty crazy. It's actually much more organized, if you ask me. Like, I see the full list laid out in front of me, and that's actually pretty nice, instead of it being all choppy. All right. We have here the latest Kreos track, Distance Between Us, featuring Ede. Wally, anyone? No? Come on. Pre-master. Okay, good to know. If it's a pre-master, we will not be judging it in a masterful state. Yeah, it's better this way. Agreed. So, without further ado, we're going to be listening to 3 minutes of this track. As Kreos is a subscriber, we'll be able to listen to a little bit more. So let us, without further ado, listen to Kreos' track, Distance Between Us. Oh, it's mastered. Oh, okay. So pre-mast is just like wrong, or it's just like another title to add to this track. Either way, thanks for letting me know before you listen. Don't I get OG privileges too? Mastered by me, aka a clipper. That's awesome. Get OG privileges. I mean, this is the this is still your old subscription, Krayos? Or I thought you resubscribed under the. You know what? Fine. We'll listen to your track. How about that? It's Christmas. We're forgiving on Christmas. Clowns in Hollow Weird, thank you for leaving. Sorry we couldn't get to your track in time, but I appreciate you leaving the queue and leaving space for someone else.
Trying to find a way to your heart, 'cause I don't want you to fade away. So can you say, trying to find a way to your heart, 'cause I don't want
All right. All right. I think that is plenty. So, either way, I have some ideas. It's a great track. Let's start by saying that it's a great track. It's like like these bars. Am I right? So let's go back to the top here. Let's listen to a few things. But I have some ideas.
Trying to find
Bit of a long, like not long, but like a bit of 4-second fade ins. You know what I mean? Like again, if you within 1 or 2 seconds fade in, it's just increasing your chances for people to listen to your music more or more completely. But it's not a grave error. It's stupid, but it's not a grave error.
away to your heart, 'cause I don't want you to fade away. So can you stay?
So I like that we get a drop right away. I really like that. That's really nice. It's like we're getting into business. Let's fucking go.
Trying to find away to your heart, 'cause I don't want you to fade away. So can you stay? I don't wanna let it go.
So I want to say something at this point about the vocals themselves. They're really nice. They're really well recorded, and they sound good. I just feel like this is some nice ass artwork, though. Check this shit out, guys. That's crazy. Super epic. Real nice. You can usually have some really nice artwork, Krayos. I just want to say that at this point about the vocals, with the rest of the melodies, there's kind of like a couple of cooks in the kitchen is I guess the best way that I could put it. Like there's a lot of like individual melodies that are going on one after the other, or like one on top of the other kind of thing. And it's not that I don't like that. It's that they don't really interact or talk to each other. They sort of just all do their own thing. And I think they could fit better together a little bit more. They could be fit together a little better, is I guess what I'm trying to say. This is very individualistic melodies, is what I guess I'm saying.
I'll hold on, the hope that keeps us near. Tell me, is it true that I'm still in your mind?
All right, so this is the first like break I guess we can have that we've had besides the intro, but I don't count that. This is the first break here. And it's a long break. It looks like it's a 16-bar break.
Thinking about me when you lay at night. Was it even real? Memories go, but I feel you still on my mind. What we could have done. I wish I could have been in your arms tonight. I'm holding on. I'm holding on. I'm holding on.
Yeah, this is long. This is a really long section, and I don't really feel like the vocals themselves it feels like it doesn't suit the chord progression. It's weird. It does match. It matches like harmonically. It makes sense together, but I feel like they're kind of doing their own thing a little bit again. And I'm not feeling like the vocals and the instrumental is glued together by much. I feel like they're a bit at odds even.
I'm holding on. Holding on.
This is a nice build.
Holding on. Hoping to find you.
So the vocals themselves and the instrumentals go super well together. Like this section is like the redeeming quality of the track so far, in my opinion. But it's like a little too late. Like so far, my favorite parts are like the intro up to with the drop included, the intro and the first drop. But this entire section here, you could have very well cut out this entire like verse section here and I'd be happier, I think. Just because like this section, this build, ooh, that feels good. Like this and this section feel really good, but this entire section here, I don't know what it is. It might be that the vocals are at odds with the instrumentals, but the chord progression doesn't really suit, in my opinion, the feel that you've got until we get to this very section. That's when it like explodes, and I'm like, I love this. Nice and emotional. And then we're back with some classic Krayos fucking vibe, which I don't think I have any complaints about right now. But yeah, there's something in this first verse section, dude, that's got to be fixed. I don't know what it is. It's definitely not going to be the vocals. Dog, same here, especially what type of music I make. Blanker makes music, damn, that's fire. I'm getting nervous about my feedback. You guys got nothing to be nervous about with feedback. I have feedback in all capacities. Don't worry about the scale. Don't worry about the skill or whatever it is. If we can fix your track, we can fix your track. That's that on that. So you have nothing to be scared about or nervous about, because we here to help one way or the other. I got you guys. So let's talk about this drop. I don't think I have much to say about it, except that it's awesome. Those synths, those stabs are a little bit loud, personally. I know you like to do that, and that you come in with like really some aggressive stabs. I think you could back off of them just a 2 dB, 3 dB. Because the thing I think that's happening is that you turn them up loud enough so that when your frequency fade out, when your low pass comes in, or your high cut, I should say, when it comes in, it's still going to be loud enough for that. But I think that you need to automate accordingly your volume, so that your volume competes with the high cut, rather than it just being set at a too loud of a volume, but then it ends up finding its place, find it for that drop, basically. Here it's nice when it's a little louder, because we have so much shit going on. It's a bit nicer when it's a little more aggressive. I like that it's a nice long drop, though. After you've given us a long build, I can respect that you've given us a sufficient enough drop. So good job there. Here too, it sounds like there should be a chord progression, and the vocals are kind of doing their own thing, similar to like the first drop a little bit, but not as bad as this particular verse, but it seems like there should be movement when there is none, but that's just my opinion.
Tell me, is it true that I'm still in your mind?
This section, this build's pretty cool.
Tell me, is it true that I'm still in your mind? I'm holding on. I'm holding on. I'm holding on. I'm holding on. Holding on.
So a very nice drop there. Like I really appreciate that you're coming back in full force with all the elements that we've had so far, and it's a nice, like not chord progression, but a nice rhythmic progression, and a nice synth progression also, where your synths are interplaying between each other. Very nice. It's kind of a chord progression, but your bass is locked down. I like that, and I wish that it would change in the section next to it. I think there's an opportunity missed in the next section. pretty good. Not much build here, not much new stuff here. So maybe look for something that adds a little bit more energy into this section. Maybe, but not necessary. It's a nice trancy drop, so. Here, dude, missed opportunity. We could have gone with the bass, this particular bass. That bass progression here. It would have been so impactful. It would have been so impactful. It would have given us such a release to all of this tension that you have built up. Let me show you what I mean. Am I gonna have to play bass on this? Fuck it. Let's play bass. Gonna have to drop D though. I was clashing with the vocals, but I don't think it would though that much though. Don't think it would though. I think it would sound good. With your bass that's already there, but yeah, I personally think that a chord change in those that bass needs to change up a little bit to the. Okay, maybe not that funky. I agree with you. It might be too much that funky. We agree. Calm down, settle down. But no, yeah, dude, I think it needs it. I don't necessarily know that it would clash that much with the vocals, because if you think about it, you go here, it'll be easier to demonstrate the clash with the vocals here. Tell me, is it true that I'm still on your mind? Na, 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 na. I don't think that clashes at all with the vocals, dude. Absolutely not. I think that sounds actually really nice. I think that's my my last piece of advice to you. As a matter of fact, it's my biggest comment for the entire song, dude. Your vocals and your chords don't seem to mesh really well. I think it's effective. That's effectively the case for mostly the first verse or / first build, like a pre-build, I guess you can say. And also in this particular case, just because it could be so much more impactful than it is now. It's not that it doesn't fit in this particular section. I just think that we could up this melodic content by a lot and achieve a much more impactful emotional response. But that's, I think, my last comment. And I think that's pretty much all I'm going to say about your track, because other than that, as always, I don't really have much to say about the mix except for those little vocal loudnesses and some of the synth loudnesses. The mix is always usually very tight with you. Your basses are very full. I don't really have a problem with that. The arrangement of it, again, that verse 1, very long, considering that we have a build and then another, like basically 2 builds in a row. I think it's a lot to have all of that and the 2 builds, but that's my opinion. And I think that's pretty much all I gotta say about this. I think, yeah, glue your vocals and your instrumentals together a little better, I think. Maybe not the Elmer's glue stick, but now some actual, like, epoxy or some super glue or some shit. I don't know. I'm trying to use a metaphor for this, but really it's coming up short. Either way, if you did filter it, it might work. It might, but I don't think you need to, man. I think you just need to make your synths and your vocals and your bass all line up nice and effectively. So I've said it. I'm not going to say it again. Thank you very much, as always, Krayos, for your submission. Always a pleasure to listen to your music. Thank you for allowing us to listen to it online and for allowing us to comment on it and taking your feedback, hopefully, in stride. Thank you for trusting us with your track. As always, Krayos, always appreciated. Thank you. So we are going to keep it moving to It's Destiny, who thinks that Uhu glue is the way to goo. I love that ooh shit, man. Those kindergarten vibes. Am I right? Thanks as always, Krayos. Hope life in LA is being kind to you. You deserve as much. Hope the festival life will open up for you, my guy. Because you certainly have the potential for it. That's like your music is like almost there. The feedback that I do provide, it's optional, sure, but I do think that it could really up the game for you and your music. But I think that you have an instinct for music in and of itself. So I'm looking forward to hearing more from you, man. As always. We have Destiny here. Destiny's a pretty good game. But let's see if it's as good a producer. Let's hear what we got. We got Die by Destiny. Okay. That's kind of short song there, 52 seconds. Let's hear what we got. Without further ado, the track Die by the artist Destiny.
I'm still alive.
Okie dokie. So it's a good work in progress here. Let's go over this a little bit. First thing I'm going to say is that overall your mix sounds a little bit dull. So it might just be my ears wearing out at the end of this day, which by the way, guys, if there is anybody in this chat right now who has not submitted their name and who wants to be reviewed, please by all means do so now, because in the next 30 seconds I am closing this queue. And submissions will no longer be accepted for today until next week. And that is all she will have written with the queue that we have, the people that we have already in the queue. Of course, we will come to you, naturally. But yeah, guys, definitely put your names in if you haven't already, because I'm shutting this down in 15 seconds. So yeah, maybe it's my ears, Destiny, but it sounds to me like, I don't think so. It sounds to me like your headphones might be a little bit like high and heavy. Like your headphones themselves might be very hi-fi. And that might be betraying you because your mix itself sounds a little bit dull. And it sounds like you could add some high end into the mix to make it like a little more lively. All right, I'm closing the queue here, folks. Thank you to all whom submitted. We will get to y'all. And that will be it for the stream. So let's go through this real quick because I think there's a lot of good ideas in here. And I think that there's a lot of good textures. But yeah, I think there are some mixing things.
I'm still alive.
Yeah, dude, like there's definitely some high-end mixing from this, high-end missing from this track, for sure. Even with my ears like popping out of my ear, popping out of my hat, mind you. Everything has got to be a little bit turned up of EQ-wise. The snare should be definitely brighter. Yeah, either way, the snare for sure. I don't necessarily know that all the synths need to be turned up, but we definitely need our drum elements, I think, to be more bright. As a matter of fact, I think that your synths are a little bit loud in general here, Destiny. I think you could mix your synths a little lower and turn your drums a little tiny bit higher, just because you seem to be like slamming into the final compressor a little bit aggressively. I also think that you could vary your pattern a little bit more, because it's very ba 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 ba, you know, at some point. Little variation on that fourth one. Okay. Cool. The da 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 da. That's cool. That's cool. And then you have the classic da 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 da. That rise, that cliche of a chord progression, which is like adding some novelty into this mix, but again, the pattern being the same. Ba 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 ba. We need something a little bit every now and then to be a little bit more different. So obviously this is a work in progress, so we're not hearing the entire track and all the transitions, so I won't tell you that it needs work because obviously we know that. It's like not finished.
We will hurt them.
Cool pattern, but again, it's not that much, like it's very one note. It's very one note. It's like, it's a cool note. You're playing a really cool note, but it's just very one note. Yeah. It's cool to vary up your wobbles a little bit in this second section. Obviously, we're going to hear more difference and we're going to hear more in between and we're going to hear more of the rest of it. But I think that to a certain extent, we need to look into varying it up a little bit and creating more of a story rather than just a paragraph that we repeat over and over in like a slightly tiny bit different way just at the end. It's like basically writing a poem and 3 out of 4 of those lines you repeat over and over and over, and it's only the 4th line that changes. Now, if your 4th line changed so dramatically that every of the other 3 lines take a different shape every single time that you switch, okay, that's really interesting. Like if you could repeat your first 3 bars and then on your 4th bar, change the 4th bar and that makes the 3 first bars seem completely different, that's hard to do. And unfortunately, that's not what's happening in this song. So I think we need to not take the easy way out, but do something that is a little bit more conventionally possible, which is to change the first 3 bars a little bit throughout. Either take a few elements out of the first set of 4 bars and then add more and more and more throughout your drop, or just start changing shit that you already have so that it's a slightly bit different throughout. We just need variation, dude. We're getting a lot of repetition and it's cool, but at some point or another, what else you got? And the same thing goes for this section in particular. You could very well have repeated this entire drop, okay, and done even more variation with it, because I actually like, this is not exactly a loop here. So I actually can respect that you have you have something that is much more variative. That is not a word, but we're going to make it a word today, goddammit. It is much more variational, I guess is the real word for it. So I would like a second repeat of this drop, and I'd like it for it to be a little bit more varied and actually referring to the first drop a little bit more. So like a little bit, just hinting towards it. Because your second drop has got to be much cooler than the first one. Otherwise, DJs are only going to play one, and then thank you very much, merci, bonsoir, as they say in French. But other than that, there's not much more to talk about. It's a very short work in progress, so there's not much I could say more than what has already been said. Thank you, Destiny, for allowing us to listen to this very short work in progress. Thank you for allowing us to provide feedback on it, for trusting us with that feedback. Thank you in general for trusting us with your track. If you want your short work in progress featured across platforms, be sure to make a clip of your review or any other review, and you are automatically entered in the draw, in the raffle, which will happen most likely next week. Actually, it's already January next week, motherfuckers. Are you guys seriously? Wow! What the fuck is time? Holy shit. Anyways, thank you, It's Destiny, for the track. We are appreciative, and we want to hear more. We want to see more of you in next streams. We want to see you come back and submit more tracks and submit different things. And, or even this version, this song, but like stepped up a little bit so that you bring a full project to the table. I would like to hear this track improved and completed, honestly. I think Capri Sol is no longer with us. He is not in the chat in any case. He or she, I should say. Let's just tag them for posterity. And let's wait 10 seconds. But we are, I believe, moving on to the one after Capri Sol TTV. I don't know who the fuck that is. We're going to be moving to Trey Tovin. I didn't see them in the... Oh, they're still in the chat. Yep. It's your turn, Trey Tovin. Trey Tovin. That's nice. That's actually, I just figured that out. That's just like, I said it out loud and I was like, oh, Trey Tovin. Funny. That's cool. It's a good play. A good play on words. If it's your actual name, Trey Tovin, like, bro, that's an excellent real / artist name. Just saying. There's also the possibility that you're not even with us right now, which is funny because I'd be talking to no one. But, Trey Tovin, where you at? Ooh, I'm gonna tag this bitch. Ooh, you don't like it when I tag you, bitch. That means I'm gonna skip you soon. See what he did there, Cozy Riot? Right? Cozy Riot, technically, the way that you're spelling it. Cozy Riot. You see what he did there? The Trey Tovin. He's a motherfucking Trey Tovin. Ba-da-da-da. All right, well, cool as a name that you, cool as your name is, I should say. We are going to move on, Trey Tovin. Sorry, bud. You might be in the chat with us, but you are not with us. So we are going to move on to the next one, which is Cozy Riot. Well, there you go. Cozy Riot. That's how you pronounce your name. Apparently, I said your name right. So there we go. It is your turn. And you are quick draw on the draw, ready to go with your link. Respect to you, my dude. So here we go, Kazi. Kazi Bear. Kazi McCockster. Oh, that didn't work out. Kazi McCoster. Coster, not Cockster. Ah, boy. I gotta get out of this hole that I'm digging myself in with my words. All right, here we go. Cozy Riot. And we got the track called Pop Dat. It's funny. Let us listen to at least 2 minutes of this, at least. If you wish to subscribe, we will be able to listen to the full song. If you wish to subscribe at first tier, Cozy Riot, for the entire month, you will have tracks that are submittable up to 3 minutes. Submittable tracks can be up to 3 minutes. Pop That is an ID track. Finnish peoples wanted it finished, so I came to deliver. Okay, not sure what you mean by that, but let us listen to it. Let's go. Pop That. right, sorry, I lost myself. That's more than 2 minutes, but I had to hear that second drop. Okay. Okay. I got my notes. So, first of all, what's up, Maxo? Welcome back, my dude. Nice to see you. A happy Christmas to ye. Some Skrillex influences for sure. Yeah, they got some Skrillex influences with those modern talking synths for sure. You got that in there. Okay, let's start at the top here. Although that's more bare noise than Skrillex, let's not lie. Excision 2, that is true. That is true. Very, very true, Blacker. Okay, I'm going to say something here, Kazi. This entire section doesn't need to exist. It doesn't describe the aesthetic of the rest of your song. It doesn't add anything to the rest of the song. It doesn't set us up for anything in particular. It's, you could start your song at 30 seconds and your song would be better off for it, because we don't learn anything about the song's personality in this first section, and it is at best, sort of a distraction. I would take this entire section out. It's doing nothing for your track. That's my first note. So I just want to point out that your entire track is mixed way, way too loud. Mixed and mastered. It becomes so painful that I had to turn down my volume. And I know the exact point on my potentiometer where that is not a good thing. And I am below the threshold where it's a good thing. It's too loud. And even in the build, it's too loud. So we need contrast. Usually, it's funny. Usually I'm telling artists we need to hear louder. We need less contrast between like soft sections and loud sections. Usually I'm telling artists bring that together. What I'm telling you now is bring that apart a little bit. This soft section needs to be quieter. And your drops also need to be quieter, but they do need to be proportionally quieter. So if this is your drop, how loud it is, first of all, if this is, let's not lie, this is your drop here, okay? Loud. This is your pre-drops and your builds and all that stuff. They both need to come down, and this needs to come down a little more, so there needs to be more dynamic contrast between the non-drops and drops. Because otherwise, our ears are just getting blasted this entire time, and it's not pleasant. Like those drums, as soon as they come in, it's like, ow, ow. That doesn't need to be that loud in this section. There's no reason that's the case. Even if you're going for a hybrid trap for the entire song, not just the last drop. If you're going for a hybrid trap, bro, that's too loud. We're also not getting any other elements really added into the section, and it's because it's too loud. I'm not really hearing if there's any other elements, but we're not hearing any like interesting story points, any plot points, as they're called in movie and television. We're not really hearing any like elements that are telling the story more than the previous section. So it's all just a bit repetitive and not very variational. So I thought it was a false drop, personally. I thought it was a false drop. I didn't know necessarily that there was another build coming. And I'm not sure I like the idea of another build. So that's kind of shit. Unfortunately, it's not shit in as an idea, but it's just the execution is unfortunately like, that's shitty. Like I wanted something more, and it's like, I'm not getting it. But I guess I was expecting the drop there, and that's my own fault for having expectations, I suppose. But you're also setting us up to believe that there's something epic that's about to happen, and it doesn't. You just get a really aggressive build, but why not combine that build, just squish it together with this entire thing that is too long anyways, and that requires an elevation anyways. Squash your build and this all together. Like... Also, that weird vocal that's happening in that build is super odd, and I don't know if I love it or I fucking hate it. I cannot decide. I cannot decide. It's off. It's off. It's not on key, but yeah. And again, we're doing like a false drop effect. We're delaying how many beats that it should drop on, and we're doing weird things, and I don't love it. I don't love it. We're dropping 3 beats. No, I don't love that. I don't love that. I'm gonna count exactly when your beat should drop, and it's like, this is just too odd. Let's see what you said here. Not gonna lie, very good points. This track was an experimental track to how high I could take it, because compared to my other 2 tracks, Power and Ultimate, I didn't really like the fact that I mixed it down because I did not feel it as much as I wanted to, but good to know. Yeah, but there's a limit, dude. There's a limit because people are just gonna go like, wow, that's loud, I'm gonna turn it down. You want people to turn it up. So you need to come to a point where it's loud enough so that people don't have to turn it down because their ears hurt. You want them to turn it up so that they hear more, that they feel more. It's like when someone says, oh, this track is great, but I'm going to turn it down. No! Oh, no! You've lost all trust and confidence with your audience, because they're like, I don't know how loud this is going to get. So I understand that you wanted it to have more feeling in the way that you were going for, but like, let people turn it up. The loudness wars, as they're called, seems to be ridiculous for me personally. It's getting to a level where people are like shredding my ears. For what? For what? I'll turn it up if I need to. But again, that's... Did I get it? Nope. But then again, that's... Did I get it? Nope. That is something that I think is a bit of a problem in the industry, not just your fault, Kazi. So it's like, I'm not blaming you necessarily. Either way, this track is mixed and mastered way too loud, just hands down, because it does hurt the ears. Also, your drop is kind of odd, and yes, experimental is experimental, but there's a certain section where there's a certain threshold where discomfort becomes uncomfortable. Not just like tension, but like discomfort. So this is sort of crossing that threshold in my eyes personally. Also, by the way, K Bruce, what's up? Hi, welcome back. Nice to see you. Thanks for being with us. Love you, bud. Anyways, we're gonna keep it moving. Oops. Right, I wanted to count. There's a delay of 3 beats that I do not like personally. I understand putting that crisscross, just put it earlier. I don't like that the drop happens on the 3 and then it restarts as if it's the 1, as if nothing happened. I don't love that. I don't love that. We're gonna pretend like we miscounted. We're gonna pretend like we didn't miscount. It sounds like we miscounted. That's really what it sounds like. The cool thing is that your drop is quite original and quite experimental in a good way. So at least when we get to the drop, we're having a good time and we're like listening to this and like, oh shit, that's fucked up. It's messy and it's cool. That part, I have no problem with the experimentation on your drop. I have no problem whatsoever. There's just a certain threshold of experimentation that just becomes unpleasant, unfortunately. So that's like, but this part's cool. This part is cool. K. Bruce says, don't exchange the 1 for the 3. My man. So again, this is the what I was talking about again is dynamic difference. This section should theoretically be a little bit softer volume-wise than the section before it and the section that's coming up, because we are creating contrasts. We need a little bit of appreciation for the loud by using soft. That is literally how you achieve. It's like having darkness with light. You don't know that things are bright unless you know that darkness exists. You don't know that something is loud unless softness exists in your track. And I think to a certain extent we need to experiment more with that. Experiment a little bit more with negative space, meaning silence. Silence is a very useful tool in music making, folks. So I think we need to play a little more with that there, Kazi. Okay, let's see how many it sounds like you miscounted by in this case. Let's see. Hold up. Three again. Just sounds weird, dude. It just sounds weird again. The when the drop hits is not feeling good. It's feeling weird, and it's feeling like I don't know when to start dancing. I don't know when to start dancing, and that, fuck, this one's elusive. This one danced on my fingertip before when I missed it. Son of a bitch. Fucking fly. Oh, this one's a tantalizer. I'm gonna fucking murk this one. God damn. At least it's consistent. At least it's consistent. That's true, K. Bruce. Appreciate that. The Water One, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Very kind of you. At least it's consistent. Yes, K. Bruce. And I can appreciate that so that at least we get used to it. But this is the thing. If your track is not causing someone to dance or to have an emotional response that is like what you're going for, what are you doing with your music? It's like, for me, the emotional response that you're going for here sounds like you're going for them to be disoriented, I guess. And that, to a certain extent, disorientation is a tool, once again, a useful tool. But if your drop was much more soft or much more like clean, as Blacker Makes Music said, honestly, if the drop wasn't distorting so much, it would be perfect for my taste. That's sort of the vibe that we're going for here. If one thing is experimental, then the other thing needs to be a little bit cleaner. If one thing is cleaner, then the other thing can be a little bit more experimental. We have to just weigh that balance, especially with music that we're intending to get like out there and to like make us like successful. We can't really always have only experimental choices. So it's up to you. If you're trying to be successful with your music, I think personally we should like balance experimental with familiarity a little bit more on the familiar side. But that's my personal preference. Let's keep listening to this drop. Okay. The note that I had the note that I had here was that the synths become so loud that we actually are noticing that the drums are no longer audible. Like, I once again have to turn down my volume, and that is not a pleasant way. This synth in and of itself is shredding my eardrums, and that's not good. I shouldn't be feeling that. Unless you're specifically making ear rape music, but it says here dubstep. So let's look a little bit more in the dubstep vibe, which is you shouldn't be only shredding your audience's ears. And this is the thing. It's fine if you have a synth that is like more aggressive. If you're turning it up so loud that it's drowning out your drums, we've got a balance problem. Once again, balance more towards familiarity than experimentation. Because at some point or another, people are going to go like, that failed. I was going to illustrate my point with dramatic intent, but here we go. That's enough of that. Like for me, okay, I get it. It's loud, it hurts. I don't need more. I preserve my ears before I keep listening to that if I have the option. And I'm not just gonna turn something down eternally. Like my pot is at 1/3 right now and it's still hurting my ears. Problems, red alerts. We're losing half of our audience because they're gone. They don't want to hear this. They don't want to feel this. And it's not that it's a particularly original thing either. Modern talking synth turned up loud. It's not that you're doing innovative things here. It's not that you're making super crazy synth lines. It's one note. It's the... You're playing the A really loud. Okay, but that's not giving me a reason to stay and hurt my ears. So that's, I guess, what I'm saying with this part. It's noisecore. This is not dubstep. This is noisecore. And that's fine. I don't care. Labels are labels or whatever the fuck. But that part there hurts. So I guess I'm asking for it to hurt less. That's my request. But I think that's all I have to say about your song either way, Kazi. I think you need to learn volume management a little bit better. I think you're going to need to learn how to use negative space as well as contrast a little bit better. Finally, I think that experimentation is great. It leads to a lot of really original ideas, but it is the challenge of making something that is experimental, likable to as many people as possible, that we really, really show our masterful creative process, that our masterful creative potential. You take something that is super fucking weird and you make a bunch of people like it because it is familiar enough to the ears, not experimental to a point where only people who like off-brand stuff like it. But again, that depends on what direction you're going for. I just think that you can very well absolutely address many audiences with this music. People who like trap, people who like dubstep, people who like noisecore, and people who just like music. I think you can target a whole bunch of different audiences. But it's not by going about it this way that you're going to actually get them hooked in and staying for the entirety of your song. You have to dose it a little bit better. But yeah, my bad, lol, but thank you for the feedback. Oh, there's no bad to be had here, dude. You're experimenting. And that's the thing, is like, this is one track. And you could certainly remake this track as a VIP mix with all of the suggestions that I've given to you. And it might be better, it might be worse. Who knows? But I know for a fact that it's better to try and not succeed than to not try at all. So thank you for allowing us to hear this track online. Thank you for permitting us to give the feedback in the first place and being open to it. I hope it could really benefit for your music if you're open to this feedback. But overall, man, thank you for trusting us with your track, Kazi. I appreciate you following us as well and giving us a little bit of love on that front. And yeah, we're looking forward to hearing the next track. Okay, Bruce, don't worry, man. I'll add you to the queue. Your Christmas present to one of my subscribers. I'll add you to a closed queue. No worries about it. Either way, thank you very much. We're going to be moving on to the next one. Yes, a friend told me about you, so I had to submit this to you to get professional feedback. Night to you, Kazi, and I'm looking forward to hearing more of your stuff, including this track that has been taken to the next level. We're going to be moving on down the line. I believe Sirius, I don't know if I saw him in the chat. Add K. Bruce. Oh, fuck you. There. This bitch better close my queue. Doesn't seem to want to. Doesn't matter. I'll fix it. All right. So I don't think that the last user, Sirius88, is with us anymore. He is not. He or she, they, I guess. I don't want to misgender people. I fuck it up all the time. But we're going to be moving on. So, Blacker makes music. There we go. The queue is closed. Okay, Bruce, you didn't think I would leave you hanging, did I? Did you? Come on, dog. You will be our last submission of the day, however. Oh, I didn't introduce the track yet. But I will now. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Blacker Beats, the artist known as Blacker Beats, the Twitcher known as Blacker Makes Music. Here we have a track called Better. Nice artwork though, with the Polaroids in the apartment and the mirror with the hand. It's cool, man. That's really nice. So let us listen to this track, or at least 2 minutes of it. We'll probably get to round about there, I think. I'm saying probably we'll just exceed that. If you want Blacker to for us to listen to the entirety of the track, you can subscribe at tier 1, and that will allow us to listen to the entire track, as well as, and for the entire time you are subscribed, we'll be able to listen to tracks up to 3 minutes. If those who are on the stream with us want to hear the rest of the track, you can gift a subscription to Blacker Makes Music, and we will be able to nonetheless listen to the rest of his track if you like what it sounds like on the way to the end. So, without further ado, let us listen to it. The track Better by Blacker Beats. Here we go.
This love is ill. I wish that it was different. Don't know what it is that made us so indifferent. We're drifting in the dark. Can we do better? Wish I could rewind back to the start. Can we do better than this? Better. You got me high, then drop me low. You got there's something I can seem to let go. We're drifting in the dark. Can we do better? Wish I could rewind back to the start. Can we do better than this? Better. You got me high, then drop me low. You got something I can seem to let go.
I called it right at that drop. I saw it was about 2/3 in. 3 minute track, math, 2 + 2, whatnot, divided by 3, carry the 1, all that shit. Okay, so it was a nice track. It was nice to listen to. I feel like the, you know what? Before we say anything, let's just go back to the top and see what we feel. Let's listen to this.
This love is ill. I wish that it was different.
Yeah, so I feel like I felt like I was right from the beginning. I feel like your vocals are mixed a little bit loud, personally. I think that they're just turned up in a bit of an aggressive way where they are very leady, and that's not a problem in general, but they're just a little bit loud compared to the rest of the instruments.
Don't know what it is that made us so indifferent. drifting in the dark.
Good, nice little addition of the clap there, and the ambient synths be getting a little bit more organized as well in the background. It's a nice transition.
Can we do better? Wish I could rewind back to the start. Can we do better than this? Better. You got me high, then drop me low.
And I feel like between the vocal stabs here, we might need something leady, like another lead element to sort of fill in those gaps. I think that's what we're going to need for that particular section. It's just because we're building energy now, so we can't necessarily afford to lose any energy on the way up to our drop. So between these sections here, maybe something melodic, maybe something like a synth of some kind, I guess. Maybe, I don't know, maybe something, maybe a riser. I thought of a riser, honestly, but I didn't necessarily want it to be risey, that sort of synth section. I wanted it to be more melodic, I guess.
You got me high, then drop me low. You got the something.
Why are my synths not playing? Oh yeah, I have the ARP on. There it is.
You got me high, then drop me low. You got.
Simple as that, honestly. Something like that, just not necessarily that particular riff, but like something that fills in that space, those frequencies, just as well as vocals, but just in a different way, I suppose. Something just stupid simple.
There's something I can seem to let go.
I like your drop. I think it's simple. I think it's simplistic, actually, is a better word to define it. And I don't have a problem with that. I think that it's nice and clean. I think that things stand out in nice ways. I don't really have any problems with that. I think you could have maybe pulled out your last kick here. Like right there in specific, those like last 3 kicks even, it would have added a little bit more delineation between these two halves of the drop. Here's my other problem here. Unfortunately, we are noticing that this drop in and of itself, okay, this part in and of itself is how long? 30 seconds. But your build is 45 seconds. So you're looking at about more time spent waiting for the drop than the actual drop is like in length. Not great. You want to make it at least an equal length. So this drop could be a little bit longer. Or your build could be a little bit shorter, personally. So yeah, unfortunately, we're missing that. We just have not enough drop for as much intro. It's not necessarily a long song or anything like that, but to wait 45 seconds for a drop to specifically to come to a drop that is 30 seconds, it just feels like not enough, not a great investment of our time, personally. So that's what I'm feeling. Let us carry on here into this second, actually the second half of our drop, technically. Yeah, no, actually, it's after the drop. We already got through that first drop. Trey Toven, we were commenting on your name for like 2-3 minutes while we were waiting for you, man. I'm sorry. We unfortunately had to skip you, and the queue is now closed. You can absolutely rejoin, but we will be coming back next week for a session. Your puppy was bugging. That is unfortunately, unfortunate, but also cute that you have a puppy. Very love dogs. Love dogs. Can love them very much. But yeah, Unfortunately, we are going to be moving on to our last review after this particular one for the week. So feel free to come on by on our next feedback stream, which will most likely be next week, as we pick not only the winner of our raffle for those who are submitted in today and have a part of their review that they like to share the most. Definitely clip the part of your track review and you'll be entered automatically to win that raffle. But we will also be doing feedback next week, most likely. So let's hear this second riser, which seems to me as long as the first rise, and there seems to be as long of a drop. So it seems like this song is far too much build and far too little drop here, Blacker. Unfortunately, I think we could work on that balance a little bit more. Like this section without vocals. We don't need it. Cut to the part with the vocals. We don't need it. We've already had that. Or rather, we haven't, but we don't need it because it's already long enough. This song could have been 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and your song would have probably been much richer, much more densely populated with things that we actually want to hear. So yeah. Vocals are once again too loud in this section, by the way. I did take note of that.
Wish I could rewind back to the start. Can we do better than this? Better. You got me hot and dry.
And we're gonna need a more aggressive riser than the first rise as well. By the way, we're gonna need something like in this particular instance. Before we said maybe some risers or something for this first idea here. It wasn't necessary for the first drop, but it is certainly necessary for this. We need more tension than the first drop, because otherwise our attention goes elsewhere. So yeah, we need some heavy stuff. And then we have a lot more of what I'm assuming is the same thing in the first drop. Again, I'm not necessarily going to play through it, but I can assume that we have something that is similar to our first drop, which in my opinion, copy-pasting drops is not always a great move, personally. But yeah. Either way, I think that my overall statement for this Blacker here is less build, more drop, or just less build. Less build will equate your energy that you're going for and get more of what you're going for. More drop will change the shape of your song. So if you don't want to change the shape of your song and you only want to enhance the shape that you're already making for it, less build. Just leave the drop as is and less build. Your vocals being a little bit too loud. The weird drop itself, having something there to like enhance the drop and having a more intense riser in your second drop. That is personally what I think is missing from your track. But other than that, it's a good track. Like the ideas are there. The foundation is absolutely there. So I'm happy to say that there's not too much to be done. Just need to really juice the track, cut out some of the fat and really enhance some of those elements. And be careful to make your vocals sit properly in your song, because otherwise it could be a little jarring. Mix should be better though. The mix should be better with the vocals adjusted, as I was just saying there. The vocals adjusted will make the mix a little bit better. Better. That's the name of your track. So, either way, Blacker Makes Music. Thank you very much for allowing us to listen to that track online, for allowing us to comment on it, to give feedback on it, being open to that feedback. I'm looking forward to hear this develop and hearing the newer version of this. If you liked your review, you can always make a clip of your favorite part and enter our raffle. Super... So yeah. Thank you for trusting us with your track. We're going to move on to our last track of the day, folks. Thank you very much once again, Blacker Music. Moving on to our sub, K Bruce. Yeah, it's going to be quick. It's a track you know. I added a few synths to fill up, but it took my guitars away. I also recorded the guitars with new strings. I made DI of everything in case I need to reamp the thing and still have to melodine the vocals, so don't mind the odd melodies. Oh, okay. This is Arancia. Or is it Aranca? I don't remember. In Italian, it would be Arancia, but we're missing an I before the last C. Oh, it's saying that this track is not found. Look it. This track was not found. Maybe it has been removed. I'm going to need to fix that up. Aranca, like with a K. Yeah, maybe don't like copy paste the abbreviated URL. Sometimes the one with all of the symbols and shit is the only one that works when you're sharing a private track. You have to maybe share the private link, not just the actual like regular link. That seems to be something that I've encountered in the past. Still doing it. We're still not able to access your track. There we go. Okay, that one worked. Very nice. Thank you, K Bruce. Your internet went down for a second. How dare your internet interrupt us and our connection over the web? How dare your internet do that terrible thing? Just unbelievable. No, this one works. It's okay. We're all good. All right, folks. Without further ado, we have our last submission of the day, K Bruce, with the song Aranca. And we will be listening to this one now.
Necesito que arranques. Necesito que arranques. Necesito que arranques. No tengas miedo.
Okay. I see what you're going for. Yeah, you're definitely like adding a little bit more of that, like, not, well, proggy, I guess, proggy. But like it did sort of take away from your guitar in certain parts. In other parts, it actually added to it. Funny enough, but not in ways that I loved. I do like that your guitars are cleaner. Like they sound like they're recorded more pristinely. So I like that. Your takes are a little bit better. And nice that you de-eyed it, because I'd say we could add some layers to this guitar's complexity, to the sound of these guitars. That's personal. That's personally. But I'd like to crack open this session with you, man. I really wish that we could organize something where we could like look at your project. You share the screen and the audio with me, and we are able to like work on an individual element at a time, because what you're saying is not wrong. You feel that the vocals are too loud and the guitars are too quiet, but I'm a guitarist after all. You are a guitarist, but you're right. It's not that the vocals are too loud. It's that they're not EQ'd in a way that optimizes them. They're standing out in the wrong frequencies. So unfortunately, we're looking at something that is EQ'd improperly, and that is needing to be turned up because we're not getting those defining frequencies out. We're not getting the vocals that are like standing out in the right places. What is the Q? It's EQ. EQ, equalization. It's basically shaping. This is EQ. This is right here. This is EQ. When you're able to like reshape your sound, this is EQ. Never do this to your synth, but yeah, that is what EQ is. Done. Whoop, no, I don't want to close that yet. Right, they're not sitting right. Cool. They're not. Your guitars are barely sitting right as well, by the way. Your guitars are passive at best, and I think that they could be active. I think they could be actively in that track, but I think that you need to add layers and take away layers strategically in order for that to happen. And I think what I was saying before about your guitars being added layers, that's what I think we could do with this. You have your basic guitar guitar sound, and then you have another guitar texture. This is how I organize my projects anyways. In my guitar tracks, I have, here, look. So I don't know how many of these I'll be able to activate. But on my guitar tracks, I have this. I'm using the Poulain plugins, and I have two different amp sounds. I have the Legion, Legion, because it's a French guy. It's this thing here, the Poulain Legion. So this one sounds like this. Oh, I'm getting so much latency though. That's better. I guess I could turn my guitars up a little bit. And that's cool. So that sounds kind of like yours. That sounds kind of like what you've got going on here with the whatever, you get it. That sounds like your guitar that you're using. That sounds kind of like the preset. Then, when I want to put emphasis on this guitar tone, I turn on the Lecto, which is, I think, basically a dual rectifier, but I layer them together. And see, it's beefier. The tone itself stands out a little bit more from the mix. So when I do that, the left and the right, I don't think my computer will be able to handle this tone. It sounds beefier because there are so many layers, and you'll be even more thrilled to know that I triple track these. So when I triple track these, I have the left, the right, and the center that are all separately recorded. So that's important, because then when I double them into the Lecto left, right, and center, then there's even more impact. So it's like triple tracked, doubled. Bro, the wall of sound that you have to work with, there's no excuse that your guitars don't stand out. But the thing is that you need to tune two different amp presets, okay? You need to tune two different amp presets that work on their own and together. And that is very difficult to do, and that takes a lot of time and a lot of sculpting and a lot of trial and a lot of error. And let me tell you, there are no shortage of guitar amp simulators that you can go through that do not work together. But when you find two that do, you fucking stick to them and you fucking lean into them. Such as when I have, well, my solo channel is a good example of that, where it's just... Oh, the fly got away. I almost got him. I almost fucking just slammed it down. Either way, yeah, I think we need to combine layers of guitars. And this is what I keep coming back to with you, dude. I hear the guitars, I feel them, but then they're not standing out. And I'm like, ah! I wish they stood out so much more. And unfortunately, like, yeah, it's like we're getting better and better. Every mix that I'm hearing from you is getting better and better. But like, maybe you can use a different IR. Maybe that's all it is. It might just be that. But I don't know if it's the low end or the high mids that you're going to be needing, man. I'm going back to your comment from before where you say, like pure top end, 500K and above. First of all, 5K, not 500, but like, yes, in a sense, I'm missing high-end presence, but I don't necessarily know that it's just an EQ thing. I think that it's a literal guitar presence thing. So maybe if you change the impulse responses, maybe if you simulate different speakers in your cab, like for instance, V30s are often ones that work really well for me. Anything that simulates a V30, a Celestion V30, is super juicy and crunchy. And it's like basically what you need to do is like run two amp heads through the same cab and have those two sounds complementing each other. But again, it's really touchy and you really have to try a lot of shit before you get this tone that you're super happy with and that stands out in the mix, but also sits back properly in the mix. Which is why I say it's important that each of those guitar tones that you're going to program, they need to work on their own so that when you pull one away, that sits nicely in the mix. And then you add the second one and then it's huge. And then you could even pull that first one away and leave only the second one. And that could have a completely different vibe altogether. So they're both individually versatile and together they're powerful. That's really what I want you to go for here, K. Bruce. That's like every secret that I could tell you about guitar mixing. It's like layer your shit. And that'll sound much better. And it's cool because you did record a DI track. So now all you got to do is find something that works with your recordings. Boom! You have one guitar amp to take care of, and it's just going to be a digital choice. Cool, I have those V30s. Give it a try. Give it a fucking try, dude. Other than that, yeah, I don't know necessarily that I have much more to say about your track. The synths. Yes, the synths. I did have something to say about that.
Necesito que arranques.
It was at the end. Nice addition, by the way, with the drums. Love that. Very cool. Very cool. Okay, so the synths here are stepping on the guitars, okay? They're stepping on it because they are in the left and right, and so are the guitars, and I'm not hearing both of them. So yes, that where you say, what the fuck happened to my guitars? That I totally agree there. Here...
Necesito que arranques. Necesito que arranques.
They're doing the opposite. They're supporting the guitars because it's just one note sustaining. These guitars are like coming out on top of that. I really like that effect, personally. That's just me.
Necesito que arranques. No tengas miedo de ir para adelante. Con paso
firme, evitas el desastre. Ya estás muy lejos, no van a bajarse. No tengo fuerza.
This is one of those parts where the vocals are still a little bit too loud. Technically, they're still a little bit too loud here, but it kind of works. Again, it kind of gives that Molotov vibe where it's like attitude-y, and I like how loud it is there. So that part, it's not so offensive. But we are going to need to EQ your vocals differently for the choruses, though.
Para salir y empujarte.
Las cosas no necesitan.
Once again, here in these parts, the synths are a little bit too loud. So you have them left and right. What I think you need is your guitars to be as far left right as possible. And then you put your synths sort of there. So like if your guitars are like here, put your synths about there. So your vocals could sit here, and that's not a problem. Your synths are sort of dancing around here, and your other guitars are like, so you have the full spectrum covered. Because otherwise we're missing this sort of like mid-space sort of thing in the left and right here. And I think I need that a little bit more. Yeah, let them live in their own image. Yes, exactly. Since 50%.
Pero necesito que arranques.
Cool. Everything's cool here. I just wish it was louder, the guitar. The guitar should be louder in sections like this. So either you're automating volumes or you're changing tracks. Like you're jumping to, let's say you were to have your like 6 main guitar tracks. You have another one here, either your solo track or you add another track that is like guitar support track. And you just switch to that one and that one is louder. Something as easy as that will allow for you to like automate without having to automate. So I recommend that. The only problem I have here, K-Bruce, is that this section, I wish it would almost repeat. Because it sounds like a repeating section, like sort of a bridgey, melodic bridgey section that like... like a repeating, very cliche sort of thing. But again, it's doing its job one time, and it's like very unpredictable and very non-repetitive. It's a bridge. You can get away with it. It's cool. I just feel like you could very well expand that a little bit more, and it would sound pretty nice. Again, we're going to want the guitars and the synths to live in their own left and right image pocket. I get it, but I don't know. I get it, dude. I know exactly the emotion that you're feeling right now. It's like, really? No. I get it. So in this choruses, there are 2 new synths and the padding. Damn. Okay.
Las cosas no necesitan amor, solo vos.
Love that scream. That's so cool. Yeah, I hear the synths, and again, I think that they should be maybe occupying their own place in the mix. Although I'm not a fan, I'm not terribly against, I guess, the sort of the stutter synths being a little bit farther left and right. You will hear one in the beginning of the chorus, and thank you for the scream idea. Yeah, that's it. I heard that beginning chorus synth, and it's okay, but it does take away a little bit. It's like it's starting to get to be a lot in this chorus. Like there's a lot of elements. There's the pad, there's this synth, there's your guitars that are doing these big chords, the bass, then your vocals that are coming in with big notes too. It's a lot. It's getting to be a lot. So yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. It might be a little too dense. Like if you want it to be full, then let this section here where you clean back up be clean as fuck. You needed something that is clean. So that synth that's playing, turn it off in this particular section. Turn the guitars up, clean it up, and then come back to your full feeling just to give us a breath of fresh air. So the synth playing that meh, meh.
La guita no me domina, mi amor. Solo vos comandas que mi alma brille, brille.
I'm not against the other synth though, the tremolo synth. I'm not against it at all. It's not a bad idea even. It adds more texture. I just think that yeah, you do need breath and context from those synths every now and then. That's sostenuto. That's sostenuto. Damn, dude. Well done. That's tough to do. Also, not against the synths that are here playing these big diminished chords. Not against it at all. But again, bring that right center so that we have this wall of a diminished sound coming at us, going like. That's what I wanna feel. And right now, I'm just hearing kind of synths that are just kind of there. What I want them to do is blast me. So I think we need to like actually bring them up in the mix, but like bring them more to the center, and bring the guitars at this point should be like as loud as they could go, basically. Although, you know what? I'm actually hearing that they are kind of centered. Oh, yeah, okay. There's something about the balance of the synths and the guitars there that needs to be fixed so that they complement each other and they bring each other out. Because we can do that. I'm sure we can do that in this section. I'm sure there's a way. I'm just not sure what is going to be needed, whether you need to turn the guitars up and the synths down or turn both up. I'm not sure. It's weird, man. I can tell you have mastering effects on this track. I can tell. But if I was hearing this mix coming, someone were to come to me with this mix for me to master, I'd be like, okay, perfect. I'm ready to master this. Because this track sounds unmastered. It just, hold on, there's a fly. Fuck, it keeps escaping me, this bastard. Fuck. Because it's funny that like all of the elements that I would hear in a mix and not a mastered track are exactly where they need to be. So the vocals are a little bit louder, the guitars are a little bit softer, the drums are a little bit louder, and it sounds like the important elements have been turned up and then nothing really has been mastered. It sounds like it's just ready to be mastered. So I would like take this and I would pass it through my mastering effects, and I'm wondering how it would sound. It's super weird, but it sounds like ready to be mastered. That's what's really weird. And yet you passed it through the Ozone Master Assistant and leave it there because I have no idea what I'm supposed to do. Okay. Okay. Yeah. There's a few things that I would do, both to the mix and to the master. But again, this is with my knowledge and knowing all of my stuff. We would have to go maybe off stream and go in real detail, taking a look at it. But again, it's maybe not an option for you right now either way. That said, K. Bruce, I'm super interested in hearing the in the final result of the song. I've been hearing the progression of this song over like months at this point, and I'm like starting to get excited to hear like the final version, V66 V.4 final 6. You know what I mean? Like I want to hear that version. I'm so excited to hear it, man. Either way, as always, like. Thank you for the feedback. You are the best always. Thank you, my dude. You know the song since it was a baby made of just riffs. Dude, I remember that shit. That was crazy. And it's weird because I'm like looking forward, again, like I said, I'm looking forward to hearing how it was finished, but it's crazy to have heard this progression come this far. So anyways, thank you very much, K. Bruce. As always, it's always a pleasure to listen to your music, to be able to listen to it online, to be able to comment on it, for you to be receptive to feedback because you appreciate good feedback. I appreciate you for appreciating that. And thank you, as always, K. Bruce, for trusting us with your track. That will conclude today's feedback stream for the time being. The next stream will be next week. And we will be, I might stream before then, working on other stuff, but the next feedback stream will be next week. And I will be drawing, most likely, from for the raffle to see whose feedback will get chosen. We'll go through the contestants next week. We'll go through the winner. We're gonna have some fun next week. We're gonna pick out of a hat and we're gonna see what the hell we're doing next. K. Bruce, as always, and just like everyone else who has joined us today, those who have submitted a song for review are eligible to enter the raffle simply by making a clip of their favorite part of their track review, and then they have the chance to win their track and track review featured across platforms. So I'm looking forward to seeing who wins that one. Contestants can enter more than once as long as they've entered on subsequent days, of course. Yeah. So see you next week. Happy New Year. Technically, I'll see you next year, K. Bruce. So once again, thank you for submitting. As always, it's always fun to see you, man. You're a good dude, and I like your music. So looking forward to hearing more of it, and looking forward to hearing music from all of you in the new year. If we don't see each other before the new year begins, I wish you all a phenomenal new year. I wish you nothing but happy times and good celebrations. Lots of hopefully smoke in your future. Maybe eating, drinking, being merry, smoking, fucking, whatever makes you happy. Do things that make you happy in this new year. Because God knows there are way too many people or things that are trying to make you unhappy. So goddamn, just do the thing that you enjoy. And do more of it and do it better. Because you owe it to yourself. To do the things that you enjoy better, you'll enjoy them more. Because you feel more competent and more proper at what you're doing. And you feel like you earn your place by learning. And learning and growth is literally the reason to live. Otherwise, what the fuck else are we doing in this planet? All right, that's about as existential as I am going to get today. Thank you to all whom submitted. Thank you for everyone this year who has made this year a fucking, in my opinion, phenomenal success of a stream. It is beyond my expectations that now 341 people would say, I like your shit, keep telling me what to do. So thank you very much to all of you, all followers, all subscribers, and thank you to our donators. We didn't quite hit our, we're not done our objective yet, but we're getting close. That said, not really. That said, either way, I appreciate every single one of you guys tuning in and allowing us to have a reason to improve our art and our art forms. It is frankly lovely to see people who actually want to get better at what they want to do. It's truly heartwarming. Bye, and never stop telling me what to do, K. Bruce. That's a promise. You can bet that I'm always going to be here to do what I can to make everyone's art better. So thank you to all for sharing their art this year. It's been incredible. I've had a lot of fun. And I'm looking forward to another year filled with it. Filled with fun. So we will therefore see all y'all next week and therefore next year. But until then, Toodaloo, motherfuckers. Take care, guys.